headlines about the YouTuber named Trent, and a lot of you have, I guess, taken action, and you, I guess, avoid listening to these individuals anymore. We see that Fumi Delavoid, it's like her views is not the same ever since she had a campaign out trying to sabotage my platform. We also see that Trent, his views are not viewing the way they used to. So, congratulations to you folks that have been paying attention and you stop listening to these liars. I'm here to review another video by Trent because for some reason, this campaign that his handler, Fumi, been up to, it failed and it's not going to work. And I don't back down from none of these people. When it comes to the Ashlee Jenae case, right? This guy right here cannot be trusted. I'm going to explain why. Right now, he's trying to claim that TMZ was bought and paid for by Joe McCann. And he's trying to drag this new lie to keep the money train going. Now, you as the people must understand something here. This is YouTube. I do content in regards to these crime stories. At the same time, the parents of Ashlee Jenae have not publicly come out to give you any updates about any investigation. So as far as we're concerned, there is no investigation, right? Number two, Joe McCann have been granted access back to the US. And because of that, we're now starting to see a lot of these content creators try to change their stories. Now, the last time we reported that Trent claimed that he knew where Joe McCann was, but that was a lie because he don't know. In this new updated video that he put out, he's trying to gaslight the viewers, trying to make it seem like he didn't lie and brush it under the rug like, oh, this is a smear campaign against the family. TMZ is not running a smear campaign against Ashlee's family. Don't listen to this guy. This guy just want money. Just like Fumi, just like all of these liars on YouTube that been milking the Ashlee Jenae case and not really bringing you folks any evidence, any sort of information. Again, in order for us to get Joe prosecuted and charged with murder, we're going to need facts. We're going to need information that tie him to the crime scene. Ashlee Jenae's family has failed their daughter. This is something that we must accept and understand. So what I try to do in my videos is not ramble on the same nonsense over and over. I try to give you new perspectives, new understanding, new clues, things to make you think and consider. In order for Ashlee to get justice, the parents of Ashlee must have an investigation going on right now. Up to now, the family of Ashlee have not come forward to say that they believe that Joe McCann murdered their daughter. That's strike one. Strike two, the family rejected TMZ from coming to the funeral. That's a major blow to the case because you need media to get the story out there. So now, because Trent was nosy and was at the funeral trying to make money to monetize Ashlee's funeral, he noticed that TMZ got booted. But now, here's the kicker. Why was TMZ booted from the funeral? It's because of him. He want to be the spokesperson so bad for Ashlee's family that he backdoored TMZ and he backdoored Joe McCann. See, what I'm giving you guys is information nobody's talking about. That's what make Ringo TV unique and make us the #1 source when it comes to the Ashlee Jenae case. Is that we hold everybody accountable. Nobody is above criticism. This guy went to the funeral with ulterior motives. He most likely told the family, "Don't trust none of these media companies because they're out to just use you." But really, he's the one that's trying to use the family in order to get paid. So when TMZ got down there, they had good intentions just to get the news story to put it out, and they were rejected without, explanation. They were just given a cold shoulder, and like any other media company, their job is to get the stories out to us, the people. Whether you agree with TMZ or not, they're a media company, just like Fox News, just like any other social media companies. This is what they do. So now, being that the family don't want to be interviewed, they don't want to be spoken to, TMZ have no other choice but to go get his side of the story. It's not good just to have one side. You know what I'm saying? So as a journalist, as a media personality, it is always good to get both sides of the story. I mean, that is the way news media work. So when the family rejected TMZ, they closed the door on bringing justice to Ashley. So now TMZ want to know what's Joe McCann's side of the story. And when Joe aired out the truth that the mother, in fact, lied to TMZ, it opened a can of worms. As we seen in my stream yesterday, I broke down how the mother, in fact, lied, and we brought out the receipts and found out that the family of Ashley have Joe McCann's number, but they never called the man. So when TMZ broke the news that Ashley's mother left Joe on red, that's not a smear campaign. Those are facts that are coming in. If it was a lie, why Ashley's family have not come forward to say, wait a minute, TMZ lied. They didn't do that because no one lied. And see, this is why hearing both sides of a story is very important for educational value. Now, this guy, he's really not interested in getting justice for Ashley. I tell you this all the time. If you guys that still haven't learned uh, from my content not to follow the YouTuber Fumi in regards to this case, anything that Fumi says in regards to Ashlee Jenae will always be a lie. As you know, I covered the story in regards to Joe McCann being free. I also talked about how the family left Joe on red and there was really no phone call. Well, what did Fumi do? She put out a lying video claiming that the mother of Ashlee Jenae and the father were going back and forth. That's a lie. All of these misleading titles, misleading thumbnails, everything is just misleading. And when you look at their videos, there is nothing in these videos that show or point to what they promise you in the title. That's what you call deception, because there is no evidence on social media of Ashley's mother and father going back and forth arguing. None of that is the case, but that is what Fumi put out. And she was also regurgitating the information that I already gave you guys. And this is what I mean. These YouTubers, they really don't have anything to talk about. So what they do is they'll frequent my page, see what I'm talking about, and then try to piggyback off of it in order to make it look like they got something new to tell you. What he's doing right now is very, very nasty work because he's accusing TMZ of receiving payment from Joe, but none of that is true. It's like it's not making any sense. And then he was lying to the viewers by making it seem like he know where Joe is at. TMZ said that Joe is going to be moved to a disclosed location. So how could Trent know where Joe is? And even if he know where Joe is, how come the family ain't going to Joe? How come no? How come that Joe is still a free man? See, what I'm trying to make you guys understand, and I'm going to keep on repeating myself in regards to this. Joe is going to end up walking, and it's because of content creators like this who continually lie all day. If he's so much working with the family, then the question we, the viewers, and the decent people that are pretty much interested in this case want to know is, why is he and the family so secretive when it comes to an investigation? Because if Joe is not being accused by the family of any wrongdoing, then what exactly are we investigating? The family have to first of all come forward and publicly declare that they believe that Joe McCann unalived Ashlee Jenae. Once they got that, then the family need to be in Africa seeking the hotel footage and everything else. And as I stated many times, I believe the hotel footage already done been removed, destroyed, and whatnot. Because if there was an investigation or anything of that sort in Tanzania, then they would have never let Joe walk free. We got to understand this thing logically, guys. Um, if Joe was detained or, being questioned by the authorities out in Africa, logically speaking, if there is a hotel and there's footage, they would have had to look at this said footage. And whatever investigation they've done, obviously they didn't find any fault with him. So they let him go. You get what I'm saying? So again, evidence is what's going to crack the case. And as of today, the family is boring. The family is not doing anything. I don't trust the family of Ashlee because I don't see them working. It been weeks, months, and yet the family have not given us not one update of what they're doing. But this loudmouth guy, he keep talking and talking and just making up new stories, and it's not making no sense. I mean, how could you say that Joe McCann it pretty much bought and TMZ is bought and paid for by Joe McCann? That don't make no sense. It's like you can't buy TMZ. It's like you can't buy media. Media just do their jobs. They put out the stories, and we the people react to the stories. It's just that simple. So what I want to do is I want to review a tape where this particular YouTuber went on to lie, and he was trying very hard to make his video seem interesting. It was very, very boring. There was really nothing in it that's new. It was like he was just saying the same thing he said previously. So we're going to take a look at that, guys. Again, as you come in, hit the like button. Appreciate everybody stopping by to the show. Shout out to the mods, Caramel, Kimmy Kim, Forever Studios. Appreciate all of y'all coming through and whatnot. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. Hit the like button. We got 160 in the building, only about 50 likes. We need the likes to match the views. If we're going to ever get justice, guys, you folks that view the content have to learn how to participate and support the shows. Too many of you guys are supporting the grifters, the people that just try to make money off of Ashlee's death, and they're not really adding any sort of value. It's like they're trying to entertain you with a woman's death, and they're not really seeking any justice. They're not fighting for anything. They're not giving you no real information. If this man is supposed to be so close to the family, then what is the family doing? Why the family don't have Ashlee's cell phone yet? Why the family haven't flown out to Africa yet? What's taking them so long? They already put the body in some storage unit because they never laid Ashlee to rest. They never put her underground, guys. There was never a burial. And this all came from his platform where he claimed that the family did not bury Ashlee. So that's rather weird and bizarre to have a funeral, but there was no burial. I don't know what kind of ritualistic sacrifice is going on, but if the family already had an independent autopsy taking place in the US, then what's the point of keeping Ashlee's body above ground? It makes no sense. What are they doing, guys? Did the family make sure that her organs are intact? Because as far as I'm concerned, Ashlee's organs been compromised in Africa. And once they sent that body back, it's a wrap. Any secondary autopsy done in the US, that autopsy is null and void because if if specialists haven't undergone an internal investigation of Ashlee's organs to make sure that nothing was tampered with, nothing was moved, if that wasn't taking place, we don't know what happened with her body. Remember, they opened this young lady up in Africa. Think about that, guys. They opened her body up. The family didn't know nothing. Nobody knew anything. So ain't no telling what was removed and what may have been sold to someone else who was in need of very youthful, healthy organs that Ashlee possessed. So now, without further ado, guys, let's get into the content. Let's do what we got to do. And hopefully we can get down to the bottom of this because I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the manipulation in how these YouTubers keep switching the narrative, keep switching their stories every day. And it's like they're trying to um, backpedal, if that makes sense. They're trying to backpedal, and it's causing more harm than good when it comes to the case. If this man is so close to Ashlee's family, what is Ashlee family doing, guys? What are they doing? What moves have they made to help this case? Is there an investigation being going? Is there a real investigation going on by the family? Because if not, Ashlee will never get justice, guys. So all the stuff this guy talking about is not making any sense. And I already told you guys, don't even listen to Fumi because she's a parrot. She speaks what other people speak. She have no thoughts of her own. All right. So let's get into this commentary, guys. Commentary, criticism, fair use, Ringo TV reactions. Doing a full video analysis of this video where Trent is making some very, very interesting statements claiming that TMZ was bought and paid for by Joe McCann and that Joe McCann is using TMZ to do his dirty work. I don't know what dirty work he's talking about, but we're going to take a look at this and figure it out. And keep in mind, for the record, guys, I am in full agreement that Joe McCann is guilty and unalived Ashlee Jenae. The problem, guys, that we have to understand, and I need for everybody to understand that when we do these videos, guys, these videos is for the social media courtroom, the social media viewers, audience, and everybody else, for us to be educated on what is going on. In order for Joe McCann to be charged with murder, Ashlee Jenae's parents must be putting a foot on his neck in terms of applying pressure in order to get an investigation going on to prove that he was at the crime scene when Ashlee was taken out. Because remember, they said that Joe McCann was the one who found Ashlee. So if he found Ashlee, who's to say he wasn't the one who unalived her? So what we need is stone cold evidence. And I keep saying this over and over. Where is Ashlee's phone? What kind of story is this, guys, where a woman's phone mysteriously disappeared and nobody knows where it at? Where is it? Where's Ashlee's phone? Where is the phone, guys? Because the phone has pictures, videos, recordings, text messages, emails, you name it. The evidence is on her phone, so we need that. Right now, Joe McCann has an attorney, and Joe didn't get an attorney for nothing. He got an attorney because he know he's going to be accused of murder sooner or later. So he's pretty much lawyered up, receiving counsel, and we know this because this is public information. So I want to understand, why is it that Joe, a man who, in our opinion, taken Ashlee Jenae out, how is it that he has an attorney and is receiving legal counsel, but we don't see Ashlee Jenae's family with no attorney representing them. No investigator representing them. There's nobody talking with them. And it's just rather strange because it's like, man, what kind of family is this that they're just not fighting for Ashlee's justice? It's look weird, you know? It looked very strange and bizarre that a family don't have legal counsel. I mean, think about this, guys. Where's Ben Crump? Don't he always show up in cases like this? Where's Ben Crump to come out to say, I'm representing the family of Ashlee Jenae because I know that there's some foul play. Because, you know, Ben Crump always come out when it involves a black person and a white person type situation. That's the only time he come out. He never come out when it's black on black crime. You will never see Ben Crump appear to represent a family when it involves black on black crime. For some reason, those cases don't interest him. What interests him is when a black person was affected or unalived by a white person. That interests him because he's into all that civil right type stuff and whatnot. But anyway, guys, hit the like button. Let's get into this video by Trent. Let's react to this video, break it down, and find out what kind of lies he published this time. Because that's all they're going to do moving forward is just lie to the people. So let's hear what he got to say.
Joe McCann has been given back his passport and has been cleared to travel to the United States of America. However, there is a huge asterisk. This headline comes from TMZ, and like I have proven in my past couple of videos,
he never proven anything in the past couple of videos. He lied in those videos. He never proven anything.
TMZ is doing Joe McCann's dirty work.
That's not true, guys. Again, TMZ is neutral. TMZ is not on nobody's side. TMZ is a business that just put out content. That's all they do. They report on the news. They're not on nobody's side. I don't know why people say that, like, oh, TMZ is doing Joe McCann's dirty work. There have been times when I used to think like that. I used to think stuff like that. And it was only because I didn't have the information needed to, I guess, make my content, interesting at the time, or maybe I didn't have the clues, or I didn't have something. So I felt that, oh, this company is working with that person. That's not how I work. They're a media company. Because if Joe paid off TMZ, then why did TMZ do an interview with Ashlee's family? Did Ashlee family pay off TMZ to get the interview? Do you see what I mean? TMZ been doing many articles regarding Ashlee Jenae's case from the beginning. They have given Ashlee's family way more attention, spotlight time, visibility. They promoted their GoFundMe. TMZ did a lot for Ashlee's case. So to say that TMZ is bought and paid for and Joe McCann is using them to do his dirty work, that's not true at all.
I believe that TMZ has been bought and paid for. There is a lot going on. We know exactly where Joe is. We know exactly what Joe is up to.
He said he know exactly where Joe is. He know exactly what Joe is up to. That's a lie. This is why I keep telling you, viewers, fam, stop listening to people that lie. I, Ringo TV, don't know where Joe is. All I know is what the updates claim. They claim that he got his passport back and that he's able to head on back to the U.S. TMZ reported that he will be on U.S. soil soon and in a disclosed location. I don't know what that location is. So how is it that he's claiming that he knows where he is? If he know where Joe is, what exactly is that doing for the case? Knowing where Joe is not proving that Joe murdered Ashlee. Again, guys, everything must be factual in order to prosecute Joe McCann. That's the only way. Knowing where he's at is not putting him behind bars. The reason why they say a disclosed location is because, again, Joe's attorney came forward claiming that Joe is receiving death threats, hate, racist comments, and so forth. So why would they want to disclose where he's at when you got lunatics out here that are ready to crash out. You get what I'm saying? And now a lot of people may see this as if Joe is playing the victim and all this other stuff. Joe is going to do what Joe got to do to protect his public image. I told you, if the family is not properly investigating Joe, if the family is not active in Africa, if the family is not due diligent doing their work, then Joe is going to do whatever he could do to protect his image. That is what normal people would do if they believe their back is against the wall. So that pretty much is, I guess, the logical thing for Joe to do at this point is not necessarily to play the victim, but to put out his side of the story, because it's not Joe playing the victim, right? He's not playing the victim. He's actually speaking factual information. Like, there has been a lot of comments of death threats. I've seen comments where people were talking about unaliving Joe. I've seen comments where people were calling him all sorts of racist names, and he's receiving a lot of hate. Now, why is he receiving that hate? It's because the majority of people believe he unalived Ashlee Jenae. But now, more so, with why that hate is coming his way, because of the lie that the mother put out there. The mother made it seem as if though they were calling Joe on his cell phone the whole time and he was ignoring them. What we talked about yesterday, we found out the family of Ashlee Jenae never contacted Joe via phone. They never did. It was a text message that was sent out by the mother, right? Yolanda, she's the one who sent out that text message. Joe McCann responded to that text message and was left on red. And TMZ reported this information, and up to now, do you see a public statement from the family? Do you see any updates on their Instagram? Do you see the family saying that's a lie? No, the family is quiet because they got caught. They would have never thought that TMZ would have been able to get that information. What makes TMZ interesting is that TMZ literally will give you your shot and give Joe his shot, and then they'll just make the public decide what they want to believe. Let's go.
But we also know what Ashlee Jenae's parents has in store for Joe McCann. Sit back, relax. I'll tell you everything you need to know, and then I'll hand it off to you, the out louder. So let me know.
Now, I want you to listen to something that Trent said right here. He made a promise, but he never kept it. He never kept his promise. Listen to this.
Exactly what Joe is up to, but we also know what Ashlee Jenae's parents has in store for Joe McCann.
He said that he know what Ashlee Jenae's family have in store for Joe McCann. Now, what that does, that is called a hook. On YouTube, guys, let me burst the bubble and give the viewers exactly the intel that they need. On YouTube, a lot of times they train you on how to, I guess, hook a viewer in order for them to stay watching your video. This is at the beginning of his video. So at the 37th mark of his video, you could say from the beginning to about the 37th mark is the hook. That is where you come in, you talk briefly, and you try to say something that is enticing, something that will, I guess, make the viewer decide to stick around and watch your content. So by him saying that he know exactly what the family have in store for Joe, that is designed to make you believe that in the video somewhere, he's going to give you some tea, some juice, something that is new and fresh on what the family communicated with him. But all through his video, he gave you nothing. Nothing was there. And that right there is a problem. And this is why I do these reaction videos and breakdowns, because you should not trust people like this. These people lie to you every single day, guys. That's what they do all the time. Let's get back to the content. Let me rewind it back a little bit so you can hear what he said again and do what we need to do here. Hit that like button, guys. Support the show.
And on, we know exactly where Joe is. We know exactly what Joe is up to, but we also know what Ashlee Jenae's parents has in store for Joe McCann.
Let me see. what is that? Tanea said, nah, Ringo TV, they look like they may have been threatened to me, allegedly. No, nobody been threatened. If you've been threatened, all you got to do is come on social media and say you were threatened. Nobody threatened nobody. You see like how Fumi Delavoid filed 3 false copyright claims against me? That was designed to silence me. That was designed to be a threat. That was a threat. That was an attack on me to destroy me. Do I look like I'm silent? Do I look like I'm scared? I came to the public and I told you guys exactly what she's doing. You know what that does to her? It puts her in hot water because now the viewer will stop supporting her, stop viewing her, stop following her. That hurts her pocket. You understand? What she tried to do to me affects her. It's not affecting me. I'm not afraid of that. You know what I'm saying? I understand how the business of YouTube work, and I understand my rights, and I understand the law. I never did anything wrong. All I'm doing is commentary and criticism. That's like me reacting to this clown right here. You understand? That's like him saying, hey, I'm going to go file copyright claims claiming that you're infringing my copyrights. Well, I'll counter all of those copyright claims too. Why? Because I'm within my rights. I am reacting to videos. Just like when he reacts to videos, he's exercising his rights under fair use. What a lot of these content creators do is because they don't like my criticism about them, the things that I say about them, they go and they report videos like cowards rather than having the conversations like grown adults. Once you start reporting videos, I'll never trust you. I can never trust you. We can never have a conversation. You're my enemy after that part because you tried to unalive me. What Fumi did to me is the equivalent of murder. That's the equivalent right there, guys. You understand? So I don't take those things lightly. Those are enemies. Those are people that are trying to destroy you. Commentary and criticism is what everybody do. He's talking about Joe McCann. I'm pretty sure Joe McCann don't like what he's saying. I talk about Joe McCann. I'm pretty sure Joe McCann don't like what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, that's my right as an American. I can voice my thoughts about whoever I choose. But that does not warrant filing false claims to try to silence people from sharing their thoughts. If you don't like anybody criticizing you, you don't belong on social media. You don't. If you don't want nobody talking about you, you shouldn't be talking about nobody else. So the family was not threatened. If the family was threatened, all they got to do is go live and say, Joe McCann threatened our life. That'll be headline news. They'll have all the publicity, all the visibility, and they'll even get the FBI in on this and get special protection because now the family going to be asked from interviewers, where's the proof of this threat? And they'll be like, here's Joe's number, here's his text, this is what he published. Now, because of that text message and the threat, Joe will now be arrested for terroristic threats. There are laws governing these things, guys. You just can't make a threat via a cell phone text or phone call and it was recorded. That is now terroristic threats, and you will be arrested and you will be charged as a terrorist. That's a crime, felony. FBI will be breaking down your door. This is real talk, guys. You don't want to play. You don't want to listen. Anybody that would send somebody a text message with a threat, you're an idiot. You're dumb. You can never erase that. You're going to prison. So it don't pay to do that. So if the family was threatened, man, that's the best thing that could ever happen because all they got to do is just come to the public and do an interview with anybody. It'll go viral instantly. It'll instantly get 5 million views. Why? Because of all of the media coverage in regards to the Ashlee Jenae case. That'll be headline news. Like, wow, oh my goodness. You mean to tell me Joe McCann threatened Ashlee's mother? And it's on video or phone call? What? It's headline news. Everybody's going to talk about it. Joe would instantly get arrested. And now that he's arrested, it'll open up a major investigation. And now before you know it, Ashlee's getting her justice now. So the family is not being threatened. The family is just not interested in fighting for Ashlee. And I've been saying this since the beginning. A lot of times what these families are doing, guys, is they're trying to get a settlement. If Joe has money, right? Because we hear that he's into this crypto thing, he got a couple of million sitting around. I'm not here to talk about his personal finance. It's none of my business, to be honest. It has nothing to do with the case. That's something he keep bringing up all the time. But let's just say hypothetically that Joe is rich. He got all this money. The family of Ashlee is not really concerned about Joe going to prison. They're not even concerned that Joe did it because they never came out in the public and said it. This is why I keep telling you guys. Until the family come out in the public and address these issues straightforward, we're fighting ghosts, to be honest with you. I'm way more diligent than Ashlee's father. Ashlee's father's not doing anything. He's not doing anything, guys. The man is weak, And if Ashlee's father is listening, come close, sir. You're weak. You're a weak man. Because if that was my daughter, me and Joe would have been talking a long time ago. I would have pulled up at his crib already. We would have had that talk. And I don't care about the police. My daughter dead, Joe walking around alive, that's it. I don't mind sacrificing my life for my daughter. Because at that point, I'm looking for Joe. That's my word. And I'm going to find him too. Best believe that. I ain't going to sleep. I ain't going to rest. So Ashlee's pops, you soft, dog. I don't want to hear nothing. Your ass ain't even in Africa yet. You ain't go down there yet. You ain't go to the hotel. We don't see no pictures. We don't see you guys lawyered up. What is your attorney name? Who's representing Ashlee's family at this point? Joe got an attorney, y'all. You guys gave Ashlee's family $64,000. Where's the attorney? Come on now, let's just get it popping. We gotta talk about the real issues, guys, because enough of the BS. You guys felt sorry for Ashlee's family, and I get it. You felt sorry for them. And I'm pretty sure predominantly women gave that money. Now, listen, ladies, I get it. You're a woman. Women are compassionate. Women know how to support causes way more than men. At the same time, ladies, in this particular case, you've been bamboozled. I'm just telling you straight. You felt in your heart that you did a good thing, but I want you to open your eyes and look at the results. That family don't have no attorney representing them. If they did, it'll be public information. Represented by Joe Schmo, whatever the name is of the attorney, investigator on deck. They'll have somebody that's speaking for them publicly, because a lot of times when you're represented by an attorney or somebody that is investigating this particular case, they will speak for you. This guy is trying to be a spokesperson for the family, but he's not credible. He's a liar and a gossiper. And once you start gossiping and lying, nobody can really take you serious. That's why when I do my content, guys, number one, I got to act my age. I got to be mature. And this is not a laughing matter. This is very, very serious. For this guy, everything is a game. You see the smirk on his face. You see how he's laughing. It's a joke to him. It's not real. So you gotta listen to people that is taking the case serious. I'm fair and balanced. Even though I believe that Joe committed the crime, at the end of the day, that's my discernment. That's my intuition. Logically, I'm looking at the case. I'm looking at the scenarios, the narrative that was put out there, all of the different headlines. And I'm looking at this thing like, well, if Joe and Ashlee just had a fight and now she's unalive, whatever that fight, however and what happened had to do with Joe. So if Ashlee ended up unalive, it had something to do with Joe. Like, you just don't end your life when you are on vacation, especially a luxury trip. Now, I don't know how much it costs to go to Zanzibar resort where Ashlee was at, but I may have to look into that and bring back that information for you in terms of the dollar amount of how much it would cost you to even stay at that resort. So I'm going to try to get that information to you. Maybe one of these YouTubers will try to copy me like they always do. It's like how I'm telling you what I'm going to do, guys. There's always a YouTuber in the clouds that's trying to figure out their next video. That's why I say don't even waste your time with Fumi, because all she do is copy me. She copied these other YouTubers. She copies everybody. She have no original content whatsoever. That's why I don't even understand why in the world she filing false copyright claims. How you gonna file a copyright claim when you're reacting to other people's videos? That don't make no sense. You see, this is why you, the viewer, hold all the power. A lot of you pulled your support from Fumi, and I'm glad you guys are actually using your brain and seeing things for what they are, because some of you didn't even know what she did to me. What she was hoping, guys, was that when she filed those claims, that my channel will be gone, I'll be history, it'll be over for me. That's what she was hoping, guys. So I'm out of the way so that now she don't have to worry about opposition. She don't have to worry about dissenting voices. She don't have to worry about anybody criticizing her to wake you up to her manipulation. That's what they do on YouTube. They try to silence other people. They try to silence the competition because they don't want nobody to interfere with the money, guys. The money. That's what they crave. Money. So by me being here, I add balance to these YouTube streets. You know, everything Fumi did will fail. Everything. You understand? And when the smoke clear, guess who's going to be on the chopping block? Guess who's going to be on the chopping block for a whole year? Guess who's going to be investigated for the whole year? You'll see. Because I'm not playing games, fam. This is real talk. I'm not playing. I'm trying to see how deep the rabbit hole go, because when it comes to this case, I want to know who are really benefiting from Ashlee's death, and why is it that so many of these content creators been lying all this time. And clearly I've been attacked. They tried to get rid of me. They tried to kill me. And they probably trying to physically kill me too. That's why I made these videos, to make you guys know that if anything go down, Fumi is the main suspect that everybody need to focus on. To the FBI that is listening, Fumi has my personal information. Fumi has my phone number. Fumi have it all. So therefore, if something happened to Ringo TV, Fumi's going to prison for life. Because why? I'm making it very public in these videos. And that's something that you're supposed to do as a content creator. You're supposed to create a paper trail and make the people know who are the suspects in case anything happened. Because the way she tried to get rid of me, she tried to do it on the silent. And nobody knew, because none of you would expect that this African woman who just sits there talking about, oh, my Fumi nation, you know, let's talk about Ashlee. You know, beautiful Ashlee. They say that Joe did this to Ashlee. I don't believe that Ashlee would do such a thing. I don't believe that. You know, I am praying for my Fumi nation. Nobody want to hear that. But see, when y'all listen to that woman, you would never think that she would be filing false claims to try to sabotage somebody's platform. But that's what she did to me, guys. Make sure you go to my community section where you can see her name on those copyright claims. She did that. I got her email and everything else that I need from her already. Now, moving back to this particular case with this guy, this man is trying to be the family's spokesperson right now. And he's trying to eliminate the competition too. He's doing just what Fumi's doing. He's basically wanting you, the viewer, to not trust TMZ, which is the dumbest thing you can actually do. That's dumb. This man, compared to TMZ, this man's a joke. Like, seriously. This man is not a credible source. He's not. He's not a credible source. When it comes to credibility, guys, on social media, it matters. TMZ is an established company, right? And in order for them to be respected in the industry, they have to be a credible source of information. This is why a lot of YouTubers, a lot of content creators, a lot of influencers rely on TMZ. They go there for stories. They go to, various other places where news outlets are and news is able to come out of, because uh, it's like a lot of these companies are not going to put some certain things out if it's not true. You know, um, it's like a lot of you guys were saying that, uh, you know, Cardi B was paying for the funeral. That's a lie. I told you guys that was a lie. I told you guys Cardi B did not say she's paying for any funeral. Y'all was watching an AI video. And lo and behold, Cardi B never paid for a funeral. Because if she did, how come she wasn't at the funeral? How come the family never thanked her on their social media? How come? How come? And why would Cardi B have to pay for a funeral if the family already received $64,000? That's a lot of money, guys. $64,000 is a lot of money. More than enough to cover that funeral, flights to Africa, any little expenses, whatever the case is. It's a lot. So Cardi did not pay for that funeral, guys. Let me shout out these super chats real fast, guys. Give me a minute. Let me see who we got here. Shout out to Denise. Denise for the $10 support. Says great information on this case, Ringo. Appreciate you sponsoring the show. Hello to Exandra. See you in the building. And happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers out there who stay on post doing what they got to do. The hard-working ones, though. The hard-working ones. You know what I'm saying? That really, really do their job. Yeah, shout out to the Curiosity channel for the $20 support. Says Zuri Zanzibar prices are broken down by seasons. The first price is jacuzzi suits. Second price is oceanfront suits mid-season. 830, 1,030. High season 1220, 1480. Festive season 1410 up to 1730. So this is some real money here, which means the average person is not going there. The average person, guys, is not going to that resort. Appreciate you doing the research to the Curiosity channel. The average person is not going there, guys. They're not. You got to have some money. You got to have some money in order to travel to these particular places. When we look at this, guys, Ashlee had some bread. She had some money to move around. And like I said, she was the kind that lived that glamour life. She did not unalive herself, guys. You understand? Listen, when I tell you, look in my eyes, fam. Ashlee Jenae did not unalive herself. She did not. She did not unalive herself, guys. That's a total lie. She was murdered. Somebody killed her. She had too much life in her to live. You understand what I mean? She had too much life in her to live. She had a lifestyle that, a lot of people would like. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got people, they travel the world. They're able to see things that you probably never seen in your life. You know what I'm saying? They're able to see things that you just never seen. There's a whole world out there, guys, that a lot of us never seen before. Foods that you never ate. Experiences that you could only dream of. Ashlee was able to live in that world, or at least have a taste of that world. And then somebody decided to end it all. She was murdered. They want us to believe that a beautiful Black woman, 31, celebrating her birthday, just got engaged, living the high life, that she just decided, oh, I'm going to go end my life today. That's a damn lie. That's a lie. I mean, what do they take that? What? First of all, us Sims, we don't do that. We don't do that. That's not our type. We don't do that kind of stuff. No way. They wanted to be normalized that we unalive ourselves. I'm gonna be honest, fam. Black folk don't do that. We don't unalive ourselves. We don't do that. That's not. We don't have a history of unaliving ourselves. Nope. It takes a person that is very, very insecure, dark. They don't got nothing going on. Their life is so downtrodden that they just say, you know what, I'm taking myself out. Sometimes you got people that are multimillionaires and they know they're about to be hit with all sorts of crime charges because of the money that they got, and they're going to spend long years in prison. They'll unalive themselves and their whole family. That's a sick person, man. I mean, why are you going to unalive your family too? Just take yourself out, bum. Why are you taking out the kids? You know, that's crazy. The only way a person would do that, they got demons in them, fam. Real demons that have taken over and it got their mind all messed up. But a person who is on the right path, they're not doing that. They're not doing that at all. But let me see what we got here, guys. Let me do what we need to do. And shout out to everybody coming in. Be sure to hit the like button, guys. Let's get the likes up. We got about 300 in the building. We're reviewing this video by Trent. He lied out loud on TMZ and basically backdoored Joe McCann. Now, even though the majority of us believe that Joe McCann unalived Ashlee Jenae, I got to keep on repeating myself, guys. Joe may never spend a day in prison if the family of Ashlee Jenae is not pursuing him, investigating the situation in order to tie Joe McCann to the murder scene. If the family is not working, you see like how I'm working, guys? Do you see how every day, guys, I'm on the case, bringing updates, sharing my thoughts, letting you know what's going on? Why the family is not doing this? The family should have a lawyer already. Guys, I don't know what's going on. The family is supposed to have a criminal defense attorney, someone who's giving them legal counsel on this matter. In other words, I need someone to represent me. Okay, boom. He's gonna give you whatchamacallit, what's that thing that they do? Like a free consultation, right? Come in, you tell them the story. Look, my daughter was in Zanzibar. They claim that she took her own life. Her fiance was there with her. They had a fight before this. I really need this situation investigated. I want to hire you. I really need all the legalities. I need to know what are my rights, what I need to do, what are my options. I need my daughter's phone is missing, engagement ring missing. They did a autopsy in Zanzibar. I never got those results. They didn't give me nothing. They didn't give me no camera footage. They didn't give me nothing. They gave conflicting stories. Once that attorney put all of that stuff together, now we could get the ball going. But the family don't got none of this going. So I'm trying to figure out, why is this guy acting like the family got it popping when the family ain't doing anything right now? You know? Joe McCann has an attorney, guys. He has an attorney. So trust and believe he is being educated on what he can or can't do. And from the day Ashlee was unalive, Joe probably already was being counseled by an attorney. You got to assume that once Ashlee's eyes were closed, Joe was already on the phone with his attorney. Attorney told him, don't make no public statements. Don't show no visibility. Let people talk. Don't say nothing. What they tell you, when you're getting arrested. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do can and will be used against you in a court of law. So, if you know your fiance died, the best thing for you to do is stay quiet. That's the best thing to do. Now, we could say Joe should have came out and say this and say that and say this. I get it. But we're not Joe. On Joe's end, the best thing he could do legally is shut the F up. Just shut up. Shut up. Because here's the thing. Any public statement he make right after Ashlee's death will be used against him in court. Any sort of post on social media, it'll be used in court. Any outlash, any arguing with people, any sort of anything, any anger displayed to anyone, that'll be used in court against him. They'll say, oh, he's angry. Look at what he said there. Look how he's flipping on people that are accusing him. The best thing to do, stay quiet. Because why? The only way you will be prosecuted and charged with murder is if they got evidence. If there's no evidence, you walk. That's the name of the game, guys. That's why I told the viewers, that's why I try to be honest with you guys. I'm not saying that by we doing these videos, right? In other words, when you come to Ringo TV and you're watching my videos, I am not promising you guys that by you watching my videos that we're going to put Joe McCann in prison. I can't put Joe McCann in prison because I'm making a video. That's not how it works, guys. I can do excellent investigative work in terms of my commentary about this case. What is the family doing when they watch my videos? What are the family doing? Is the family lawyered up? No. Do the family got an investigator? No. Is the family in Zanzibar? No. Do the family got Ashlee's phone? No. The wedding band? No. Do they got anything that could show that Joe did something? No. They don't have anything. And they're not talking to the media. They rejected TMZ. They rejected ABC. They rejected all the news medias from coming to the funeral. That was the worst thing ever. You need the media. And now the media is talking to Joe. Go do a Google search on Joe McCann. Every major news network is repeating what TMZ put out. The news report that TMZ put out in regards to the email thing, in regards to Joe now is free to come back to the US, every major news media site is publishing that report. You see? That's what's going on. Let's see what this person says here. You're just trying to build your page off Trent's name. What sense does that make? That don't make any sense. When Fumi is reacting to Trent's videos, what is Fumi doing? Is Fumi trying to build her page off of Trent's name? What name? What are you talking about? What name? I'm trying to build my page off of his name. I don't think you know my name. I'm Ringo TV. I'm the one that's always attacked by YouTubers because they don't like the fact that I hold them accountable. I don't know why is it that every time I do videos, somebody want to talk about who's building their page off of somebody's name. TMZ is publishing Ashlee Jenae and Joe McCann. Is TMZ trying to build their network off of these people's names, or they're just doing their effing job? Why are you watching me for? Because if you're watching me, aren't you helping me to build my page, if that's what you believe? It's always these jealous people, guys, that always say these ridiculous things. It's like, anytime I do my job, it's always some foolishness. So what do I supposed to do when I'm doing my content? I just supposed to do nothing? When we got people like this that are lying to the public, when we got people like this that are manipulating people, my job is to uncover what they're doing. If you don't like it, you can choose to leave. Go back to his page, watch him, watch Fumi, waste your time. You being here, you're actually helping me because you're engaging with my content. So if you like Ringo TV, then fine, stick around, subscribe to the channel. But if you're going to be a hater coming over here talking about you trying to build up your page off of this guy. Fam, I've been on YouTube since 2006. This guy means nothing to me, guys. Absolutely nothing. You understand? He's just reporting on the story with Ashlee Jenae, and he's doing a horrible job. Just like Fumi, just like all of these other YouTubers. They're doing a horrible job because they're not focusing on the case. They're focusing on a bunch of gossip. They're focusing on hearsay. They're focusing on things that makes no sense. And it's confusing the viewer, and it's not bringing any justice to Ashlee. Because like I said, and notice this, guys, do you hear Trent talking about Ashlee's family actively investigating this particular case to bring justice to Ashlee? No. Do you hear him talking about Ashlee's family got an attorney? No. Do they got investigators? No. Do you hear him talking about Ashlee's family seeking to get her phone back? No. Nothing. You know why? Because he want this thing to drag on so he can make money. I'm focusing on the issues that nobody's focusing on. I'm focusing on why the family is not investigating Joe. Why the family didn't publicly come out and say Joe did it. Up to this day, Ashlee's family have not come forward and said Joe did it. They didn't say that yet. So who did it? Who did it at Ashlee's mom, Yolanda? Who did it? Do Yolanda believe that Joe McCann murdered her daughter? Yes or no? Because everybody has a problem with Ringo TV because I'm the one with the balls who is able to actually speak on these issues. Everybody else is afraid. I'm not afraid of none of these people. They could use all the intimidation tactics. They could do all the smear campaigns. They could do whatever they want. That's not moving me. I was born to do this job. That's why I'm so effective. That's why I got Fumi nervous and scared. Because Fumi was the one who said that Ashlee's family need to use the GoFundMe to bribe the people in Africa to give them the information they need. But last time we checked, when you bribe somebody, it is for them to lie for you, not bribing them to tell the truth for you. That doesn't make sense. You can't bribe somebody to give you the truth. That don't make sense. But what she did is she revealed to us that there is corruption in Zanzibar, and there's no way to get the truth out of those people because they have no honor. And what's so sad about this is when I reported on this information, you had a lot of people that I guess are African or whatever. They were in my comment section crying, talking about, why are you talking about all of us Africans? And I'm like, bro, why the hell you over here complaining when all I'm doing is repeating what Fumi told you guys? She the one who told you guys that this is what they do in Africa. I'm repeating what she said. Don't get mad at me. She said it's nothing but corruption over there. She's the one who said the so-called the legal process is corrupted over there, and how you gotta pay and bribe people in order to get your way over there. That's what she said, and she's African. So don't get mad at me because I'm revealing what another African already said. I would never go to any sort of African country ever because I don't trust nothing over there. I don't trust nothing over there because why? I'm getting people that are from Africa that are telling me that there's nothing but corruption. That's what they're telling me. So how the heck you gonna get mad at me and say, oh, I'm putting down a bunch of people? I'm not putting down nobody. If you feel put down, go argue with Fumi. Don't argue with me. Now, that being said, let's get back to the content, guys, and doing what we gotta do, and so on and so forth. Notice this other clown, guys. Somebody said, this other person says, stop disrespecting Africans. That's why you are being sued. Being sued? Being sued for what? Listen, could somebody screenshot that person's comment? That's going to be useful for another video. Screenshot that comment and send it to me on Instagram, please. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is what I keep telling you guys, and that person is most likely African. What you guys need to understand is that they don't like us. What you're seeing here, guys, is they don't like us. They hate us, guys. Because I'm literally explaining this, and these people are still here. Y'all think that Joe McCann is the problem? No. You need to watch yourself with all these other people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But anyway, I'm not sure if somebody just sent me the photo. Anyway, I just want the photo to back up because I'm live right now, so I can't really screenshot anything. But anyway, let me get back to the content, guys, because like I said, you're going to have some Africans, they're going to be in here mad and talking a bunch of crap. I don't really care. If you're salty, it's because whatever I said applies to you. Fumi Delavoid is African. She said in her video that you got to bribe people in Africa in order to get what you want. So if you mad, why aren't you mad with Fumi? You want to be mad with me. You're wasting your time being mad at me. Because I don't really care. I would never go to Africa. I don't trust nothing over there. So how are you going to get mad at me? I would not go to a place where a black woman was unalive. She didn't get a fair shake, fair trial, no investigation. Her phone is gone. It's a major mystery and nobody don't know nothing. And the white man she was with is worshipped as God in Africa. Did you not hear what Fumi said? Why do you think she reported all my videos? Fumi said that the white man is worshipped in Africa. That's what she said. She said the white man is looked upon as God in Africa. And she's married to a white man. How come Fumi is not married to an African man? I'll wait. Hello? Hello? Why Fumi is not married to an African man? Could anybody explain that? Because she don't like you. She loves the white man. And that's a fact. Let's get back to the content.
Sit back, relax. I'll tell you everything you need to know, and then I'll hand it off to you, the out louders, to let me know what you think in the comment section below. Influencer Ashlee Jenae's fiance, Joe McCann, cleared to return to the United States of America. And just like yesterday's video, I just like to point out this is yet another TMZ exclusive, meaning they are the ones breaking this story. They are the ones getting this information from Joe, his lawyer, his publicist, and his entire team.
Joe's attorney was the only one mentioned in the article. There was no mention of a publicist. So you are lying. You're lying, right? Now, when TMZ interviewed the family, you weren't doing this. When TMZ interviewed the family, you weren't saying that the family is buying TMZ and the family is paying TMZ off. It's now that the tables turn, now you're trying to spin the narrative and make it look like Joe is paying TMZ. That's not how it works. TMZ just look for stories. That's what keep their content going and going and going. Keep them stories coming in. And they have a lot of people that work for them. It seems to me that you're jealous of TMZ. It seems to me like you may have wanted your shot to be with TMZ and you missed your big break and you're trying to be some sort of celebrity news outlet where you get the latest news. But that's not going to work, fella, because you're not a credible source. Like when I look at you and the content that you do, it's not factual. It's like you put out a lot of gossip and a lot of lies, and you twist the stories. It's not really accurate. It's like you sensationalize the stories to keep the viewers tuning in. And you're also trying to make yourself appear as if though you're an authority on the Ashlee Jenae case when you're really not. You know what I'm saying? Just because you went to the funeral does not make you a part of the family, you know? And to be honest, if you really, really was down with the family, why you ain't interview them yet? Why you don't have them on your platform? Why you haven't had them in studio so that you can bring the exclusive interview? Is that going to be your next game? I'm pretty sure you're probably begging them in the DMs. Please, please, I would love to interview you guys. Please, for my YouTube. Please, so I can make money. Please, so I could go viral. That's what you're doing right now. Because when I saw you down there at the funeral place, man, that was disgusting work, bro. Like for real, for real. Never go to a funeral again, fam. If you're not a family or a friend, don't go down to a funeral trying to do any reporting because it looks crazy. You look thirsty. You said some things that really made the family look bad, especially when you said that Ashlee was not laid to rest, that they never buried her. So the question now is, where is Ashlee's body? Where is Ashlee's body, fam? It doesn't make any sense. Where's her body? You know, it don't make no sense. Why the family didn't bury Ashlee yet? Why? What are they doing with her body? Are they doing the same thing that they did in Africa to her body? They kept her body for a long time before they returned it back to the US. So I know those organs were compromised. Let's go.
Those who didn't see yesterday's video, I'm going to put it in the comment section. I'm going to pin it to the top. Make sure you watch that video right after this. You'll see here posted by TMZ May the 8th. Ashlee Jenae's fiance, Joe McCann, has been given back his passport and will be returning home to the United States of America following Ashlee's shocking passing earlier this month, TMZ has learned. Now let's go to the next page where the manipulation, narrative change, and making Joe look like the victim begins.
We're gonna see exactly what this guy have to say because he's basically just trying to drag the story, guys. He's not really giving you any information. And this is why reaction videos are so important. This is why a lot of these content creators resort to filing false copyright claims. None of those things are going to work. It's like you YouTubers, man, you're so weak. It's like you guys have platforms, y'all talk about other people, and when people talk about y'all start crying, running to YouTube, complaining, and doing all this goofy stuff. Like that's gonna like silence people from doing their job. This is why you guys are frauds, because you guys want to criticize people, but when people criticize you, it's like you have a problem with that. That is unacceptable. People can talk about me all day. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not responding. I'm not saying nothing. I don't care. You get what I'm saying? But when you resort to false copyright claims, that means something I said is true. Something I said really touched you. Something I said got under your skin. Now I know your weakness. So those videos that Fumi flagged of mine, those videos expose everything we need to know about Fumi. Oh boy, do I got something coming. Woo-wee. We got something coming. Oh yeah. Trust and believe. When I tell you, people expose themselves when they do things, it is sad. You know what I mean? It is really, really sad. Some of these content creators already know better. Some of these content creators, they know better not to play that damn game with this filing false copyright claims, because that stuff going to backfire. Trust and believe me, it's going to backfire. And when it does, they gonna cry. Let's go.
Joe McCann's lawyer, Edward, tells TMZ authorities in Tanzania returned Joe's American passport to him yesterday after he remained in Tanzania for nearly a month while cooperating with authorities. Now,
what do you mean did Fumi give me a break? She ain't give me no break. She gave me 3 copyright strikes. She tried to tear down my platform. That's what she tried to do. Give me a break. She tried to unalive me. That's what she tried to do. Go to my community section and read my posts. Read the posts and educate yourself. Watch the videos and educate yourself. These YouTubers try to sabotage me, try to destroy me, try to end my platform because they don't want me to speak, because they're jealous and they don't like the fact that I criticize them and hold them accountable for their lying antics and their tactics and their evil methods, and they only want money. That's all they want. They don't care about Ashlee. They care about money. That's it. Let's go.
I think 2 videos ago, I told you guys exactly, we knew exactly where Joe McCann was There were a lot of reports that he was back in the U.S., that he traveled to England.
There was no reports that he was back in the U.S. You same liars were saying that. Do you see what I mean? He said that there was reports that Joe is back in the U.S. That's a lie. Him and his gang, they were the ones saying all of that. Do you see how he's gaslighting you? The Fumis, this guy, and all the other rodents, they were out there saying that Joe is here, Joe is there, we know where Joe is. Our special source in Africa told us where Joe is. All of them were lying the whole time. Now he's trying to act like he knew where Joe was. He still don't know where Joe is.
And that he was in other countries, that he wasn't in Tanzania. I made the decision after leaving Ashlee Jenae's funeral and wake to let the news come out as Joe wants it to come out. That is the strategy that Ashlee Jenae's parents are using, and I'm following that.
Now, he's lying. He's using this tactic, guys, to try to cover up and do damage control for the fact that he lied to you guys the whole time. He's making it seem like he's just not telling you where Joe is because he's following the strategy of Ashlee Jenae's family. Ashlee Jenae's family don't have a strategy because they're not doing anything. This man told you on a previous stream that he know where Joe McCann is. He was like, he got a source who know exactly where Joe is. And he said, well, I'm not going to tell you where Joe is, just like I'm not going to tell you things about Ashlee Jenae. And I'm like, listen, dude, if you're not going to say anything, you shouldn't even be on YouTube talking, because you playing with these people. You're making these people believe like you got inside info, but really you don't. So when TMZ dropped the bomb by telling us that Joe now have right to leave Africa, got his passport, heading on back to the US, it messed up all these other content creators because they've been lying to the people the whole time by saying, oh, Joe is free and Joe is out doing this and, you know, Joe is doing that. They were saying all these different things. Now, all of a sudden, now he acting like he didn't know what he said. Now he acting like he don't know. Now they playing like they got deja vu now. Like, not deja vu, like they forgot. They got amnesia. You know what I mean? They're acting like they forgot the things they already done told us, a pack of lies. So now they're trying to act like, oh, you know, I'm just following what Ashlee's family is doing. Ashlee's family ain't doing anything right now for Ashlee's justice.
To let the news come out as Joe wants it to come out. That is the strategy that Ashlee Jenae's parents are using.
Why would you be telling us about the strategy that Ashlee Jenae's family is doing if you are telling us what they're doing? That makes no sense. If it's a strategy, why are you telling us for? Just do it and shut up. The truth is, you got caught lying. You've been lying the whole time. And you're trying to lie on TMZ by saying that they're bought and paid for by Joe. Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts that says that Joe paid TMZ money to do their dirty work, to do his dirty work? So what about when TMZ was promoting Ashlee's family? They didn't interview Joe yet. That's probably next, coming up. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if TMZ is preparing an interview with Joe McCann. Guys, I, Ringo TV, lift my hand and let you know first that I believe TMZ is going to have an exclusive interview with Joe McCann pretty soon. When that happens, make sure all of you folks give me my flowers in my investigative news reporting, because Joe needs to say his side. That we must hear his voice. It just can't be that his attorney is talking and we didn't hear his side, because Joe told the world that the family basically lied. The mother, he reached out to the mother. Well, the mother reached out to him first, asked what's going on with Ashlee. Joe said he texted her back, told her what was going on, and then the mother never responded. Never did. When TMZ interviewed the family, they asked the family, have you heard from Joe? Have you heard? Family was like, nah, we ain't hear nothing. She's like, did you call? You know, did he call you? No, nothing. We don't know what's going on with him. But the truth is, according to Joe's attorney, Ashlee's family already have Joe's number. I told you guys in the beginning of this investigation that Ashlee's family should have contacted Joe. They got to have the number. And shout out to V-Dub, man. I see you in the building. Salute. I told you that Ashlee's family had Joe's number. Why they didn't call? We were all under the impression that Ashlee's family was ringing down Joe's phone and he was ignoring them. But that's not true. The family never contacted them. TMZ reported the news from Joe's team that Ashlee's family never contacted Joe by phone. And if TMZ publishes that, guys, I'm telling you, TMZ got the receipts from that attorney. That attorney most likely showed TMZ on the back end Joe's phone records that show Ashlee's family never dialed his number, not once. Now that's kind of diabolical because it's almost like, why would the family not call Joe if they know their daughter just got murdered or died? So it kind of put it in a way where, and this is just me thinking out loud, guys, exclusive Ringo TV. Did Ashlee's family set up their own daughter? There you go. Did Ashlee's family set up their own daughter? Somebody said, how? It could be done. It could be done. It could be done. Because I'm trying to figure out, if Ashlee was unalive, why the family never called Joe's phone? Because the mother texts Joe. Why she didn't call? Who texts somebody when your daughter is dead? You waiting for a text message? Text? No. I'm picking the phone up. But Joe responded to the family. He responded. We're going to get to see that text message, guys. We're going to see that text message soon. Sooner or later, TMZ is going to drop the text message. Sooner or later, we're going to see the interview with TMZ with Joe McCann. Now, again, guys, when you hear me say these things, watch how these YouTubers try to regurgitate the things that I'm talking about. Watch and see. You're going to see them saying stuff like, oh, TMZ is going to soon do an interview with Joe McCann. Watch and see. Because anything I talk about, they watch my platform to get their inspiration on what new videos to come out with, because I'm so good at what I do. They really don't got no content. You know what I mean? That's why you ain't see Trent put out nothing, because he don't know what to do now. That's why you see Fumi copied off the last video that I published, where I was talking about the situation with the phone records on the fact that the mother never called Joe McCann. So she lied to you folks by saying the mother and the father was going back and forth. That's a lie. Her whole video title is a lie. That's what they do. They twist the story. And what this does, it messes up the case for Ashlee's justice. It messes it up, man. Shout out to Curiosity Channel for the $20 support. Appreciate you sponsoring the show. Let me see. I'm trying to heart this thing here. It says they are all in it together. The family already knew what was going to. Mother reached out to verify it was done. I agree 100%, because from the beginning of the case, guys, when we was breaking down the case, I told you guys I don't trust the family. I said I don't trust them. I feel the family is in on it from the beginning. Go back to my first video. First video I called it. Because when I saw the TMZ interview, I think the first video I talked about was the GoFundMe. So it's probably like the second or third video that I did where I basically said the family is in on the unaliving of Ashlee Jenae. When I saw the first video with TMZ, the way the family looked on camera, they looked very suspicious, as if though they knew, because I don't see the urgency of getting justice. You know, if something happened to my daughter, my eldest daughter, God forbid, whoever's the suspect, I'm coming for you. We're not calling the police. I'm just coming for you. Yeah, I'm coming for you, and I'm going to deal with you accordingly. I'm going to get my personal justice. I'm not waiting for no law enforcement. I'm not waiting for nothing. Nope. I'm not. Because I'm going to be in the state of mind that any father would be. That's why I'm trying to figure out why why Ashlee's father is not showing any signs of a father who is ready for war. Why we don't see that, you know? There was a story that happened a long time ago. I don't know the name of it, but a man's daughter was murdered. And if I'm correct, they were in the courtroom. Some of y'all probably could remember it. The father jumped over the table at the guy who committed the crime and started pounding the dude out, flipping in the court, risk it all. I don't know the exact case name and what happened, but I know a daughter, I believe it was a daughter that got murdered, and her killer was in the court, and the father jumped over the table at the man and started beating him down. And to me, that is what a father's supposed to do. So when I look at Ashlee's father, I don't see a man that is concerned, you know? I don't see a man that's really concerned about his daughter. Like, I'm not even calling the cops, man. There ain't even gonna be no news report. All you're gonna hear is that guy gone. That's all you're gonna hear. I'm serious, man. Cause the way my mind work, you F around with my kids, bro. My kids? It's one thing you talk about me. You can talk about me all day. But you mess with my kids, bro. My kids. Man, no amount of prayer gonna save you. Nobody gonna be able to save you. Nobody. I'm gonna get me my justice. Best believe that. And I don't care about no prison time. I don't care about the police. They could do whatever they gotta do. I'm gonna get my justice. So I'm trying to figure out, how is it that this family lost a daughter? The fiance is out there living his best life. And up to now, nobody is getting justice for that woman. Think about her final moments. Think about what's going through her mind. Like, damn, I'm about to die and nobody knows. Nobody don't know what this man is doing to me. Because it wasn't just Joe who did it by himself. It could have been multiple things that's in this. She could have been drugged. She could have been choked out. There could have been somebody in the room. Remember, at that resort, didn't they tell you that the worker was able to get into the room with the key card? Well, who's to say that the worker wasn't already in the room and Ashlee probably went into the shower and they just rushed into the bathroom, whatever the case is, and did whatever they had to do with her. They probably did sexual things to Ashlee. Did they do an investigation on that too? Did they? Trent, did you get that info? Was Ashlee sexually assaulted? Come on now. You saw how she was looking on that vacation. You saw how she was looking, right? So think about those men in Africa. Think about what they must have been thinking. Like, look at this woman. Think about what was going through their mind. Come on now. Was she sexually assaulted? Violated? Did that come up in the autopsy? Where is the autopsy results from Zanzibar? Where is it? Missing, right? Nobody talking about it, right? I thought they said it's an investigation. Where is it? So, for all we know, they probably sexually violated Ashlee before she died, tortured her. She probably screamed, mouth covered, She probably experienced a lot of pain. You got to conclude that all of these things must have taken place because the family is not showing no signs of them fighting for her justice. None. They're not showing no signs. And this guy is not helping with the case. All he's doing is playing games.
And following that, now you guys know that a lot of content creators and a lot of people here just assume things. Joe?
No, you talking about content creators assume things. That's what you were doing. You see how he's lying? He's throwing all his lies and projecting it on content creators. No, that's what you've been saying. You were the one saying that Joe is here and you know where Joe is. You never told nobody. You literally was making it seem like you know all this information. But now that TMZ reported that Joe is on his way to the United States, now all of a sudden you're trying to backpedal and act like, oh, well, these content creators, they were the ones that were, lying and saying Joe is here and Joe is there. No, that's what you were saying. That's what he was doing.
Has been in Tanzania the whole time. But where the manipulation starts is...
When did the manipulation start? Because you still haven't gotten to the point. You still haven't given us the people where the manipulation started. Tell us.
Authorities in Tanzania returned Joe's American passport to him yesterday after he remained in Tanzania for nearly a month while cooperating with authorities.
Where's the manipulation? That we already know that already, Trent. We already know that. That's the official narrative they put out. You're not telling us nothing new. You're literally repeating the same thing we heard for weeks. He was cooperating with authorities, right? That's what we heard, guys, for weeks. Where's the manipulation in that?
Now, you guys remember when this first happened, it was ruled that Ashlee unalived herself. Because of Ashlee's friends, parents, and content creators and media, this case became international. Nobody believed that. Her parents came out and said there's no way that she would do that to herself.
The parents basically said that they don't believe she did that, but they never came out and said that Joe did it. They never came out and said that Joe unalived their daughter. They never said that. So you got to understand that if the family never said that Joe did it, then it really says a lot. You know what I mean? It really says a lot because Joe is just going to do what he's supposed to do to protect himself. Ashlee's family, the burden of proof is on them. They have to come out and be straightforward like us. How come we, the people, are just like Joe did it? How come we can say it straight, but the family is being nonchalant about everything? Well, I don't want to offend. I don't want to say nothing. I just feel like this is just not, it's just kind of strange how she died. No, say what needs to be said so the people can get behind you and back you up. If the family came out and said Joe did it, we believe he did it, and we want to investigate this case, now we could get the ball popping. But the family ain't say that. So I don't know what manipulation this guy is talking about. Let me rewind it back.
Ruled that Ashlee unalived herself. Because of Ashlee's friends, parents, and content creators and media, this case became international. Nobody believed that. Her parents came out and said there's no way that she would do that to herself. And Joe had no choice but to remain in Tanzania because the investigation, the real investigation, started. So when they say here for nearly a month cooperating with authorities, that is not true.
What? How could you say that's not true? How could he say, guys, how could Trent say that's not true? That's the story we heard from the beginning, weeks ago. Now you're saying it's not true? He was just released. What are you talking about? He was just released. TMZ got that information. So everything that they said is factual because TMZ reported it. TMZ have a reputation to hold, which means They got all sorts of people that do their work behind the scenes, and they find out, oh yeah, Joe, he's free to go. He was in that Tanzania place long time, for a whole month. So what are you talking about? No, you're lying. You're lying to your viewers. You're gaslighting the viewers. You are literally taking the official story and basically saying that, oh, none of that stuff is true. So then where Joe was? Where Joe was the whole time? That's crazy. This guy is literally making up stuff as he go.
Investigation started. So when they say here for nearly a month cooperating with authorities, that is not true. This has been a smokescreen orchestrated by Joe, his lawyers, his publicists, and his people to make it look like there was an investigation into Joe, to make it look like he was the grieving fiance that was cooperating, that just wanted to have questions. But we know for the past month, Joe hasn't said anything, done anything, spoken to Ashlee's parents, friends, nothing.
You're being disingenuous in this investigation. I believe that Joe McCann unalived Ashlee, but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and gaslight the viewers. Number one, Joe reached out to the family. It is confirmed that he did. And the mother, Yolanda, she basically left him on red, never responded to the man. And as you know, when he reached out to her, he may have allegedly had legal advice coming from counsel, letting him know, send a message via text, because why? That right there gives you a paper trail. A paper trail. Because now the parents would have to respond back. They never responded back. Not only that, the father and the mother, they have Joe's phone number. They never called Joe back on the phone. So being that they never called him on the phone, Joe, being a man that have to understand that everybody's going to point to him. Everybody's going to assume he murdered Ashlee Jenae. The best thing for him to do is stay quiet. That's the best thing he could do. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You know why? Because we the people have already determined that Joe did it. So no matter what Joe said, we believe he did it, right or wrong. So the only thing that Joe could do on his end is get an attorney, get legal counsel on what to do to protect his image from not only lies, manipulations, certain rumors, gossip, but also from the public who are already agreeing that he unalived that woman. Because that's what we believe. I still believe that Joe did it. Now, if evidence is coming out, they got video footage, they got something that can prove that that man never did nothing, you can't argue against facts, you know? But you over here saying that everything that was put out about Joe is a lie to make him look like a victim. No, that's not the case. The truth of the matter is we got to balance out all the information and put together what's going on. That's why I don't trust the family. I don't trust Joe. And there's a lot of discrepancies with this case. A lot of stuff is just not adding up. That's why we do these videos. But you are saying that TMZ was bought by Joe and they're doing Joe's dirty work. That's a lie. Too many lies are being told. And all these lies is preventing Ashlee from getting justice. And in the process of all of this, what is Ashlee's family doing? Nothing. All this news coverage, is it anything of Ashlee's family? No. Ashlee's family is quiet. As long as Ashlee's family is quiet, Joe is going to get all the publicity at this point. Because Ashlee's family is not making no noise. They got to get out there and start getting to work. How many days are going to pass by and they're not doing no work? This don't make sense.
The first time we heard from Joe was this past Tuesday, the same day of Ashlee's funeral, May the 5th. And he put out this love letter to Ashlee. That's the first time. Anybody can see through the BS. So when they start off here with, cooperating with authorities, don't believe that. But that's just the beginning of the manipulation. It gets worse. Edward, Joe's lawyer,
I don't think this person understands anything. Let me see what this person said here. As far as I can see, it's all speculations from everyone. Want concrete evidence after thorough investigation. What investigation? There is no investigation. How much times I got to tell you guys this? How much times? How much times I got to tell you guys there is no investigation? None. Do you understand that? The family's not doing a damn thing right now. They told you there's an investigation going on in Africa. Where's the results? You know what's the results? Joe was let go, which means they don't got nothing on him. What is Ashlee family doing? Nothing. Where's all the autopsy results? Nowhere to be found. There is no investigation. The only investigation right now is on social media, on my platform. That's where the investigation is at. You want concrete evidence? Where is Ashlee's phone? You want concrete evidence? Where's the camera footage? You want concrete evidence? Let's get Joe McCann's phone. Do you understand? Concrete evidence? Let's get Yolanda, Ashlee's mother's cell phone records. You want concrete evidence? Bring in the hotel staff that went in her door with the emergency key and found her body. Bring his ass into the chambers so we could pretty much cross-examine him. You want concrete evidence? Nobody is investigating this case. Everybody's bullshitting right now. Only on Ringo TV, we keep it real with the people, talking about real issues. I provided so much information in regards to this case, you would think Ashlee's family would have started getting to work. They ain't doing no work. They don't care about their daughter. What father sits around in their daughter in a box and the man walking free? If they believe Joe McCann murdered their daughter, how come they not doing nothing? They don't got an attorney. They don't got no investigator. Nobody's investigating Joe, right? The FBI is not involved. We ain't get no updates from the family saying anything. They're not investigating nothing. Their social medias, they're not saying nothing. It's ghost town. And you got this guy here every day trying to pop up with some info. And the info is garbage.
This was not a newly issued passport from the State Department and explains it was Joe's actual passport that he voluntarily handed over to authorities the day after Ashlee's passing. Tanzania authorities chose to give it back to Joe on Thursday.
Trent, you just said that they are manipulating people. Where's the manipulation in this? There is no manipulation. They're giving clear-cut information in regards to Joe. The problem is you're not happy with that. You're not happy with the fact that Joe was let go. Joe is let go because the family's not doing a damn thing. That's why. The family's not applying pressure. And if nobody's applying pressure, why are we holding this man? He didn't do anything wrong. If they investigated him while out in Africa, we could assume that they had to check them tapes, right? They had to check the hotel footage. They had to check this, that. They most likely confiscated his phone. And again, remember what Fumi said in regards to bribing people. Joe could have just paid them some money to lie for him. You see that? So what's really going on? And why Ashlee's body is not underground? When they gonna bury Ashlee's body? That don't make sense. And why is it that you didn't want to describe what Ashlee looked like if you went to the funeral and it was a public event? Why you ain't want to talk about that? That don't make sense. What's really going on? Then you have some makeup guy. I came across some page on Instagram with some dude claiming that he did Ashlee's makeup while she's dead. And it was showing photos. Why he posts those photos on his Instagram where it appears as if though he's doing the makeup on the dead body? Why he posts those photos if it's supposed to be all private and nobody's not supposed to know nothing? Why he clout chasing off of a dead woman by posting on his Instagram? We're gonna call him out on his BS too. Everybody getting called out. You know? Why he published those photos talking about, oh yeah, I did your makeup during that wedding thing or something like that, and now I'm doing your makeup now that you're dead. Why he post that garbage for? Come on, man. If there's no evidence on Joe, Joe is going to walk. How much times I got to keep telling you guys this? The family have to do the work. I can make all these videos, guys, breaking this case down, making sense of everything. If the family is not taking heed to the information and going out there and making moves, Joe walks. He walks. Look at it like this, guys. You were pulled over, given a bunch of tickets by a police officer. You said, heck no, man, I'm going to court. Right? You show up. Your Honor, I was following all traffic rules. I have a dash cam on my car, front and rear. And the officer proceeded to give me these tickets, claiming I did this and that and that. Okay. Is the officer in the court? Officer Ramirez? Officer Ramirez. Is Officer Ramirez in attendance? He's not here. Judgment in favor. These tickets are dismissed. If there's no pushback, gotta let you go. That's the way it goes, guys. If the family is not giving Joe McCann no headaches, if they're not applying pressure, this is an easy case. His attorney will just get his payment and Joe could just walk off in the sunset. Joe is already prepared, guys. Do you understand me? He's preparing himself before the family even think about doing anything. He's already 10 steps ahead. That's why I keep telling you guys, the family is effing up bad, man. And if this dude is legit, how come he ain't putting the family on in terms of educating them on how they need to get this ball rolling? Because Joe is ahead of the pack right now. He's ahead of the game. I'm telling you, fam. Y'all could listen. I agree that Joe unalive Ashlee, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Joe is not stupid. He's not. I'm just calling it as it is. The man already got an attorney. He already got representation. So it's not only Joe that's thinking right now. His attorney is paid to think for him. His attorney is paid to think of every possible scenario. And he's telling Joe how to move, what to say, what to write, what not to say, what to clean up, what to adjust. Man, I tell you, what is Ashlee's family doing? Nothing. Nothing. That's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. And I agree that Joe unalived that woman. But the man is smart. He's playing chess right now, fam. The family of Ashlee's playing checkers. They think that God is going to come through and work a miracle. No. The family should have been lawyered up. They should have been on a plane to Zanzibar, getting all the receipts. Matter of fact, if the family would have went out to Africa, they would have probably met up with Joe. They would have probably met Joe on out there. That's right. They would have probably been able to see Joe face to face. For some reason, the family did not want to interfere with the process that Joe was going through. Guys, you got to look at this thing like this. The family could be working with Joe. Why? Number one, the mother never called Joe on the phone. She texted him. Number two, the family avoided going to Africa while Joe was in Africa. Think about that. The family avoided going to Africa while Joe was there. They didn't even go. Why? They could have got an emergency flight by contacting the embassy. Even if they didn't have a visa, you can still get to Zanzibar through an emergency flight once you can prove that you are the parents and that your daughter in fact died, and you provide the embassy with all that correct information. They will provide an emergency flight even if you don't have a visa. That's right. So there is no excuses. No excuses. The family's lazy. They're lazy as hell. And they didn't even care. They don't care about Ashlee, y'all. I'm doing more work than the family. When I do these videos, I'm doing way more work. That's the truth. We should have been seeing the family in Africa. We should have been heard reports on the autopsy from Africa. And that's a major red flag, guys. They did an autopsy in Africa, and up to now, we the people don't have no updates. We're supposed to have updates already. We should have an update right now to let us know what's going on with Ashlee's body. Because here's the thing. The official story says that she unalived herself, right? How could they just determine that? You can't just say that as an official story without an autopsy, without the results coming in. So that already is it's too quick. You just can't say that. Somebody was paid to say that. She was unalive. Somebody paid and bribed someone to put that out there that she killed herself. We know that's a lie. But how do we prove that Joe paid somebody that Joe did X, Y, and Z? Guys, there is always somebody that know the truth. There's somebody in Africa right now that know exactly what happened. Trust and believe. There's somebody in Africa right now that know exactly what happened. But if people are not doing an investigation, you ain't gonna find the information. It's out there. It takes people getting out there in Africa, put boots on the ground, get a translator, somebody that speaks Swahili, someone who is a trustworthy person, and get to work, man. Start asking around, start asking the natives, start asking the workers, start looking around for clues. The family should have been on the job. They've been playing, procrastinating, wasting time. All of that time, they've been cleaning up all their tracks in Africa. They've been deleting footage, deleting records, pouring bleach all over the place, destroying evidence. They probably removed every bit of furniture from that hotel room already and destroyed it. No forensic evidence, nothing available. Because why? The family is wasting too much time. How are you going to get her body back and talk about you're doing an independent autopsy? Do the family not understand that her organs was already tampered with? Guys, when they do these autopsies, they take these organs out the body to examine them. They take out the brain. So if this was already done to Ashlee's body and they sewed her back up, by the time that body comes to the United States and they do an independent autopsy, who's to say that those organs weren't tampered with, replaced, or planted with certain clues so that it comes up on a second autopsy that it's in agreement that she took her own life? You see? Because the autopsy is not just to tell us what happened, but also to know if she was drugged, if her body was tampered with, was she sexually assaulted. The autopsy, toxicology test, all these tests have to be run by professionals. It should have been done in the United States first, not in Africa. Not in Africa, guys. I don't trust nothing that's going on over there right now. When someone get unalived over there, and as she's American and she's not getting no justice, they're not taking care of her, and they opening her body, guys. She been compromised. Her body been compromised already, man. Ashlee could have been ganged, what rhymes with grape. She could have been gang violated while in Africa. Ain't no telling what she could have been experienced, man. They probably tormented and tortured that woman, fam, to death. And we don't know. We don't know, guys. Where's the photos? Where's the images? They said that she was hanging on a door. Guys, that's a lie. Because the story says she was found unresponsive, found unconscious. Well, how do you find somebody unresponsive hanging themselves? You can't hang yourself, guys. Not yourself. In order to hang yourself on a door, you had to be drugged and somebody tied you to the door. Or someone tied your hands behind your back, put a rope behind your neck, and they stand on the opposite side of the door and they pull down on the rope with all their force to lift you up, even though it's like if you're tippy-toeing, like tippy-toe, if they could just have you tippy-toeing and holding you in that position, blocking off your air, they can strangle you that way. But to take some sort of rope, tie around your own neck, throw it over the door, and then say, well, I'm just going to drop myself down and hang myself. Bro, that's not happening. It's not possible. It's not possible. That don't make no sense. It can't happen, guys. No. Now, if you take a bunch of pills, tie a rope around your neck, and make the rope a certain length so that when you pass out, you kind of hang and it can choke you out and kill you, that could be done. But if she did that, it would show in the toxicology tests. So where's the results? That's why they didn't show us the results, because maybe Ashlee was drugged. Where's the results? Because Joe could have drugged Ashlee. He could have drugged her. He could have drugged her, put her there. Now watch this, gang. Watch this. Joe could have had somebody deliver room service. Right? Follow me. Room service. Ashlee eats something, and it's like a time release drug. Once Ashlee pass out, take her, rope around her neck, put her around the door. She's all trying to struggle, can't find her legs because it numbs the legs. So your legs, you don't feel your legs. So your legs drop like you're like partially paralyzed. Joe leaves the room. Contact room service. Hey, you guys need to probably check on Ashlee because, she may want to hurt herself. Y'all remember in the official story, put a 1 in the chat, where they said that the hotel staff went back to the room because it was said that maybe Ashlee would have wanted to harm herself. Who said that? Somebody had to notify the staff for them to go there. How could the staff feel that Ashlee would have wanted to unalive herself? So this is why I keep saying they switched the story 3 times. Joe told them, and when they went back, they found Ashlee dead. But if Ashlee was dead, why did Joe tell the mother, oh, she good, we taking her to the hospital? How could that be possible if she was hanging? If she had this rope hanging her by the neck by a door, how could Ashlee be alive if she was unresponsive? That don't make no sense, guys. Ashlee was not hanging. Take that story and throw it out. That's a lie. Ashlee was not hanging. This is impossible. Nope. Because they said that they found her unresponsive. She was unconscious, unresponsive. That means there was a pulse, but while they were trying to wake her up, she wouldn't get up. So she was under a drug. She was drugged. Guys, Ashlee Jenae was drugged. Drugged. This is why the autopsies haven't come back. So even though the family put out an independent autopsy in the United States, that is going to come back negative. Watch and see. Because them organs, they were tampered with. Any sort of drugs, that was tampered with. Ashlee was drugged. She was not hanging on no door, guys. Go try to hang yourself on the door and see if it worked. Go ahead. See if it worked. It's not going to work. You can't do it. Can't do it. You would need to be drugged. Somebody would have to give you a drug that can paralyze you temporarily or put you to sleep. And then they could tie that thing around your neck, hang you on a door, and then leave you there to die. But if that's the case, how could Joe come back to the room and Ashlee's still alive? If you're hanging, how you still got air? Does that make sense, guys? If you're hanging, you're supposed to be dead, not alive, breathing to the point where we could take you to 2 hospitals. They said they took Ashlee to 2 hospitals. Ashlee was already dead in them hospitals, if that's the case. They murdered her in the hospital. Because here's the thing. You can't tell me that she committed the S word by hanging herself if you guys found her still breathing and you took her down and brought her to the hospital enough to take her to 2 hospitals. Then that means she was unsuccessful with unaliving herself. So how did she die? If she had a pulse and she was breathing and you guys were able to take whatever off of her neck and she could breathe and you put her on the oxygen machine and she's getting back that oxygen and it's rebuilding and she's doing, how could she die? They're lying. Ashlee was murdered. They set the whole thing up to kill her while she was in the hospital. Watch this, to get the organs. This is why they try and shut me down, guys. Because I'm solving the case. They don't want nobody to know that somebody recently got organs. Matter of fact, there needs to be an investigation in Africa. Has any high-profile rich person in Africa recently received organs? There needs to be an investigation on that. The FBI needs to be involved. They need to investigate this because someone in Africa may have received brand new organs and paid a hefty price. We need to get those records, those medical records, because those could be Ashlee's organs. Yeah, healthy organs. Oh yeah. Y'all think that ain't true? It happens, fam. And organ harvesting, it's a real thing. Because I don't trust nothing that's going on out there in Tanzania. Nope. I would never go there. Talking about I'm going down there to be with the giraffes and the zebras and all. Man, that fantasy image is a joke. Ashlee was down there ready to die. She didn't even know that they were setting her up to kill her the whole time. And you got this guy here lying about a bunch of mess, talking about TMZ, when he's supposed to be trying to solve the case. He ain't doing that. He's just trying to get a check.
Let's break that down. So what Edward, Joe's lawyer, is trying to have you guys think is that, hey, Joe didn't go and get a new passport, because you can lose your passport and go and get another one. He wants you to believe, and he wants you to reiterate that Joe handed over his passport. Joe sat down, worked with the authorities, and he waited to get his passport back. He wants to, in this paragraph, let you know that Joe is an upstanding citizen. Joe is not crooked. You may have heard that he is a shady crypto guy. You may have heard that he's a hacker. No. He is sitting down, grieving fiance.
Bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? You're not making no sense. You're just reading what TMZ put out and you're not adding no value to the story. What are you talking about?
Over his passport. He wouldn't go out and try to get a new passport. He waited for his to come back. Wait for more details with that. Okay, just remember, like I told you, this is TMZ. This is Joe and his team working the international media to change the narrative, have him be the victim.
What are you talking about working the media to have Joe be the victim? Guys, what is this dude saying in regards to Ashlee's family and their investigation? Because Joe had never been charged with murder. Joe has never been arrested and charged with murder. So all the stuff this guy's saying about Joe playing the victim and all this goofy stuff, none of that stuff means nothing because Joe never been charged. We need evidence that point to Joe so that he could be arrested. There needs to be some sort of sign and signal that there's foul play and Joe is involved. Hair follicles, fingernail marks on Ashlee's neck, something that shows that Joe did something to this woman. And it's up to the family of Ashlee to apply pressure. Ashlee's family is not doing nothing, guys. And he's not telling you nothing because everything with Ashlee's family is all secretive.
We'll pause and get back to that. Voluntarily handed over again. You see, they in this paragraph, they want to say voluntarily handed over. You got to hear and make sure you catch the little nuances. This is what a publicist will do.
Guys, you're not making no sense, bro. You're talking about passports and stupid stuff that makes no sense. What the heck you talking about handed over his passport? What the heck that have to do with justice, bro? What does that have to do with the case? Nothing. You're wasting the viewer's time. Look at your face, bro. You're wasting everybody's time talking garbage, man. You ain't saying nothing, bro. You just talking out loud, making a bunch of noise, and ain't saying nothing.
They work with actual therapists, and they actually work with people to work to get into your subconscious. I said
what? They work with therapists to get into your subconscious? Bro, what the heck are you talking about? What? Nobody's getting into our subconscious. We trying to figure out what the heck you talking about. You're not making no sense. What does this have to do with justice for Ashlee? What does this have to do with tying Joe to the crime scene? What is Ashlee's family doing to get Joe arrested? Let's stop the bull crap. What's going on? Because you're not saying nothing, dog.
Today, as much as this is disgusting, his publicist is A1. And I know the people who he's working with, by the way.
He just said he know the people who he's working with. Look at his face. You could tell he lying. You could tell he lying, bro. He said he know the people Joe is working with. Listen.
A1. And like I've been saying all week, this is not the end. I said that on Tuesday, I think. Watch the manipulation. Watch the work. And every day there has been work from TMZ. Wednesday, Thursday, and now Friday. And
TMZ been working with the family too. TMZ went down to the funeral to try to work with the family and was rejected by the family. So what are you talking about? First of all, TMZ is not an attorney. TMZ's job is to put out news stories. Let's make that very clear, ladies and gentlemen. For the court of public opinion, TMZ is not an attorney. TMZ is not giving you legal advice. TMZ is not here to bring Ashlee justice. TMZ put out news stories. They're not investigating nothing. They are doing news stories. That's it. That's why they interviewed the family. They put out the GoFundMe. TMZ did a lot to bring visibility to Ashlee's situation. What did the family do? Did the family hire an investigator, an attorney, representation? No. So how is Ashlee going to get justice? So what is he talking about? Because TMZ is now making news reports about Joe, it automatically means that TMZ is working with Joe? TMZ is not Joe's attorney. Joe's attorney is doing the job. When you have an attorney, listen, when you have a good attorney knows how to go to media when need be. A good attorney would reach out to TMZ for interview. A good attorney will know when to speak and when to shut up. You understand? Joe don't even have to worry right now. His attorney is doing all the talking because his attorney know the game. When you have a team of people that know the game, you know what to say and what not to say. But to say that TMZ is working with Joe, that's not cool. You shouldn't say that because TMZ interviewed the family. They didn't have to do that. They could have interviewed Joe, but they interviewed the family. TMZ is putting out news, and the news that they're putting out is making this case look even more crazy because now it's showing the family basically was ignoring Joe. When at first the family was saying that Joe was ignoring them, now the truth came out, the family was ignoring Joe. And the family didn't invite Joe to the funeral. TMZ brought that out. But what you guys may not have known, Joe couldn't even make it to the funeral, even if he wanted to, because he was still in Africa. So when the family put that out there about, oh, we ain't invited Joe, right? That was designed to make it look like, yo, Joe, why you ain't just go to the funeral? Who cares if they didn't invite you? You should just still show up. It was designed to make Joe look bad. But TMZ got the real scoop that Joe was still detained. Joe was still out there cooperating with investigators. So he couldn't even come back to America to the funeral, even if he wanted to. But it was all designed to make him look like he was avoiding the funeral and avoiding the family. No, he wasn't. The family never reached out to him. I already brought that out in my last streams, guys. My last couple of streams, the last 2 streams I did. And again, I believe Joe unalived Ashlee. But at the same time, we got to bring out the truth. We got to bring out the facts that substantiate all these claims. I'm tired of all these internet podcasts and content creators lying to the people every day to keep dragging the story, and they're not giving you no factual information. Ashlee's family had Joe McCann's phone number, and they never called him by phone. Why? If you know your daughter just was murdered or news broke that an influencer unalived herself, why you ain't called Joe? The mother texted Joe. She ain't called. That's a red flag, man.
Trust me, it's not over. Okay. Authorities chose to give it back to Joe on Thursday. Again, there's more manipulation. Authorities chose to give it back. They want people in the comment section to be like, hey, the authorities gave it back. Me?
Bro, you're not making no sense. Who else is going to give them back the passport? You're not making no sense, bro. What are you talking about? If his passport was taken away or he willfully gave it up and they give it back, what are you doing? What kind of news are you giving to people? You're just repeating what TMZ already said. You ain't give the people nothing.
That Joe is cleared. He's innocent. Hey, it's been 30 days. You guys wanted us to look into this. You're the one, you're the international community content creators. You guys are putting pressure on us. They're indirectly.
We're not putting pressure on anything. We're doing content given to the people. The only one that can put pressure on anyone is the family, and the family is not doing anything. I'm not putting pressure on anybody. Nobody's going to put Joe in prison because of my content. My content is for the people. The people. For the people to understand what's going on. My content can't put Joe in prison. No matter how many breakdowns I do, if the family is not taking the information that's coming from my videos and they're hiring attorneys, getting investigators, heading out to Zanzibar, and they're listening to my content, gaining information and using it and applying it. If they're not doing that, Ashlee's not getting no justice. She's not getting no justice because nobody's doing the work. You know? What is this guy giving the family? Nothing. He ain't giving nobody nothing. You know why? Because he's not an attorney, guys. The attorney gives the legal counsel. The attorney. I'm not saying the family can't listen to content creators, but you're supposed to be getting the legalities straight to find out what you can do, what you can't do, to make sure what are your options. You need a good representation. You need a good attorney. So even if the family say, well, I was watching Ringo's video, he said this and that, now the attorney could listen to it and be like, well, he do got a point. He do got a point. What I would do is I would take the legal route. Do this, do that, that, boom. But the family don't even got no representation. This is crazy. I don't understand what's going on with that family. They probably don't even listen. They probably getting up in the morning, going to their 9 to 5, and not even caring about this situation. Got all of us thinking they home working with investigators. Ain't nobody doing nothing, fam. And here's another thing. Where are Ashlee's cousins? Where's Ashlee's relatives? Where are they? How come they're not saying nothing on social media? Nobody's saying nothing. Everybody's quiet. What kind of family is that?
Wanting to say here that after that, everything that we've done, gave Joe back his passport. But this is just the beginning. It gets worse.
It don't get worse. They gave him back his passport because they don't got nothing. If they would have had something, he won't be coming back. Guys, evidence. Again, evidence. Evidence. Listen, Joe got an attorney. You think while Joe is out there, he didn't go get legal counsel that would, for all we know, watch this. You ready? While Joe was in Africa, not only did Joe have legal counsel, but it could be possible that his attorney flew out to Africa to represent him. Remember, he's being investigated. He's talking to people. He needed an attorney. For all we know, the attorney he got probably met up with him out there. That's right. Got on that plane, did what he had to do, and got out there and was literally had translators. Listen, everybody out there talking with them people, making sure that while they're investigating Joe or questioning Joe, remember, all those questions that they questioning Joe got to be ran through the filter of that attorney. If you smart, if Joe is smart, he'll be like, look, you're going to have to run all those questions by my attorney. You ain't going to just have me here questioning me about this woman's death and I not have my representation of my attorney present with me. So either the attorney was on the phone, right, and it translate to Swahili, or the attorney went down there and they had a professional translator that was able to communicate. But Joe, in my opinion, wasn't just talking with officials by himself. You know why? Because he wasn't arrested. He wasn't arrested. He was being questioned. So under those circumstances, his attorney is there. His attorney was there, guys. His attorney was there.
Even further, Edwards says authorities then authorized and allowed Joe to return to the U.S. And Joe will be arriving sometime soon at an undisclosed location on U.S. soil.
Bro, you haven't said anything yet that's new. You're just repeating what TMZ said. What kind of news reporting is this, man? You're reading what TMZ put out there. That's it. You ain't give the people nothing that's new. That's what I mean about these content creators. They don't know how to break nothing down. They just repeat what they heard and they don't add no new value. This is why when I do my videos, that's why I don't understand why this Fumi woman would even waste her time trying to attack Ringo TV. I'm a veteran on YouTube, and I know how to do my job. What I'm doing here, guys, is called commentary and criticism, which is protected under fair use, where you use a video, you break it down, it's transformative in nature, right? And you're doing a full video analysis with the content, bringing education to the YouTube community in an investigative news reporting story. That's all I'm doing. All of this is protected under fair use. I'm not doing anything wrong. But that Fumi Delavoid woman filed 3 copyright claims against me, trying to destroy my YouTube platform, right? To silence me. That's why I told you guys, do not follow that woman. Don't do that. Because she's not trying to fight for Ashlee's justice. She's trying to silence the competition because she sees me as a threat, because I'm unearthing all her lies and manipulation. I'm showing the viewers that she's dishonest, and she don't like that. If you're a content creator and you're afraid of criticism, you need to quit YouTube. If you're scared of criticism, you don't belong here.
Again, Mormon, every paragraph, there is subtle but overt, if you know how to see it, manipulation.
There is no manipulation in what they're saying on TMZ. He's not making no sense, guys. He's trying to gaslight you into thinking that TMZ is trying to manipulate you. What would profit TMZ to manipulate you when Joe was never charged with murder? He's not on trial, guys. He was never arrested. He's not on trial. TMZ is simply putting out a news story. So why would they try to manipulate you? You already believe what you believe. Just like I believe Joe unalive Ashlee. Just like you believe Joe unalive Ashlee. That's not changing my mind. My mind is never changing. I believe Joe did it. You understand? I don't care what nobody said. They would have to bring camera footage that showed Joe never left his room after Ashlee was unalive. That's the only way we're going to be like, you know what? They got the evidence. But
Joe's lawyers says authorities then authorize and allow Joe to return to the United States.
He's just repeating what they said, guys. This man, he's not giving you content. He's repeating what TMZ said. I haven't heard this man give you nothing that is new, that is transformative, that is educational, something that is a breakthrough, an update, nothing. He's just repeating what TMZ wrote. That's all he does. And you know, when you study YouTube, YouTube don't like when you do that. You know, like how you have a lot of content creators, they would take a story from TMZ and they'll just take TMZ story and publish it on YouTube and just repeat it. YouTube really don't like that. That's lazy work. YouTube want you to break stuff down and make it new. In other words, brings perspective, bring commentary, make it interesting for viewers, educate people, bring new meaning, make it different. Don't just repeat what you read, but make it different.
Give you guys really what is going on. I just want to get through this to prove the point and to make it clear for the people who have seen this article not to believe this, okay?
So he don't want you to believe what the news media is putting out. That's crazy. He don't want you to believe it, guys. But he ain't give you no proof. He ain't give you nothing. He's literally telling you, don't believe what TMZ is putting out in regards to Joe McCann. Well, if that's the case, we shouldn't believe anything they put out in regards to Ashlee Jenae. We shouldn't believe anything. Matter of fact, why would we believe? Listen, why would he tell you not to believe what TMZ is putting out regarding Joe McCann, but yet everything that TMZ put out with Ashlee, should we not believe that too? Maybe we should disregard that too. He just don't want you to view TMZ. See, a lot of y'all be getting mad with me saying, oh, you bashing content creators, or you're telling people not to view certain content creators. I can tell you who not to view, but that doesn't mean you're going to listen. He's basically telling you not to listen to TMZ. So what's the difference? I'm telling you, stop listening to these liars because they lie every day. They're not giving you no content, no real news. He's telling you not to believe TMZ. Come on now. Let's go.
So Joe will arrive sometime soon at an undisclosed location in U.S. soil. Why is it at an undisclosed location? Why? What do you have to hide?
Is this man stupid or what? Is this man a clown? He said, why it has to be a disclosed location. Why? Why? Are you dumb? Is this man, is he on some sort of drug? Listen to this garbage, man. This is nuts.
So Joe will arrive sometime soon at an undisclosed location in U.S. soil. Why is it at an undisclosed location? Why? What do you have to hide? If you are this innocent person that had nothing to do with this, why are you going to go back to an undisclosed location? We know you live in Portland.
Even if he lives in Portland or wherever, why would they tell you where he is? Why? If he's receiving death threats, if he have people searching for him, people probably already know where he lives. Have it ever dawned on you? Have it ever dawned on you that Joe McCann's residents have already been compromised, meaning they already know where he lives? They already know where he lives. Just like a lot of people can find out where you live, Trent. No YouTuber is exempt. People can find you. Anybody can find anybody. That's the whole point. So why would he disclose where he is for everybody to go get him? And it has nothing to do with guilt. It has to do with protecting his privacy from people that may want to unalive him due to the circumstances. So I don't understand what you mean by why a disclosed location. That was dumb of you to say.
Innocent person that had nothing to do with this. Why are you going to go back to it?
It's not about if he's innocent or had nothing to do with it. Joe was never charged. Joe was never charged with murder. Again, I believe that Joe unalived Ashlee. At the same time, I'm keeping everything factual. You see what I mean? Joe made it very clear through his attorney that he's receiving death threats and that he's receiving a lot of harassment and racial stuff. And most likely his residence, wherever he was living, has been compromised, meaning they know where he is. So now when he's coming back to the United States, he's going to be at a disclosed a location that nobody would know where he's at. That's a smart thing to do. So why would he make that public? In other words, hey guys, I'm back in the US and this is where I'm staying. Come unalive me. This is dumb what he's saying here.
Because we know you live in Portland. We know the ties that you have in different places.
For all we know, guys, watch this, fam. For all we know, these YouTubers probably did all of these research trying to find out where Joe McCann lived. Meaning they tried to dox him. They probably put out the man's address. They probably did all sorts of things behind the scenes, which caused a lot of this stuff. And that is why Joe had to go find another place to live, because his home address or wherever he lives at may have been compromised.
Joe's going to return to his Portland home. What's wrong, Joe? It's because he knows that we are not believing this.
No, it could mean that you guys are so evil and so sneaky and messy that you guys went and digged up all sorts of dirt to find out where he lived. A lot of these YouTubers love to do that type of stuff. They love to find out where you live so they can harass you, send people to unalive you, drive by your house, all sorts of weirdo stuff. They love doing that stuff. So now that you guys know that he's not going back to his home, it's bothering you now because you won't be able to get your dirt because he's not going back there.
Thanks to other content creators, media personalities, and you people in the comment section. Trust me, they watch this video. They watch other content creators' videos. They watch the comment section. I told you guys that from Tuesday. This is what publicists and manipulation does. They put out 1, 2 things, look at the comment section. They put out another thing, they look at it, and they see.
That's what you do. That's what you do, Trent. You put out a video and then you look at your comment section. You do the same thing. You're manipulating your viewers with content that is misinformation. You lie, you gaslight, and then you love bomb your viewers to make them feel all mushy and friendly and nice after lying to them.
But they know from this past week that we're not falling for this. So that's why they don't want to say, oh, Joe's going back to Portland, he's going back to his home, or he's going back to
Why
LA.
would Joe go back to his home where everybody know where he lives and he got all this visibility? Why would he do that? Why? There's people where he live who know who he is. Get it? That would not be wise. You don't sound smart.
It was going back to Miami or anything. An innocent man would come right back to her parents.
Well, it's not about if he's an innocent man. The point of the matter is he was never charged with murder. You're holding him as guilty, and I understand because I believe he unalived Ashlee. At the same time, you're trying to make it seem like he was already charged. You're speaking as if though there is an investigation that is looking at him as a guilty man and he needs to act innocent. He was never charged with murder. He was never arrested, nothing. So what you're doing here, it makes no sense, especially when the family is not even pursuing Joe. The family haven't even said, we're going to get Joe. Trust and believe it. Joe is going to pay for what he did to Ashlee. The family's not even saying that.
Back to her friends and be like, yo, let's work on this. Let's get some answers. Let's get justice. Because like I've been saying since the beginning, why is Joe McCann the only person in Ashlee's entire orbit that thinks that she self-unalived herself?
Didn't I tell you this already, guys? Do you see how Trent is copying my talking points, copying the things I already told you guys? I already told you guys this. I already told you why is it that Joe believes the official story and have not been publicly saying that he don't believe that his fiance would do such a thing. I already told you guys this. Do you see how he's trying to mimic the same thing? Fumi did the same thing, repeating the same things I already put out there. This is what these content scavengers do.
Please explain that to me. Somebody in the comment section, please explain that to me. Her parents, her brothers, her sisters, her cousins.
What do you mean her brothers, her sisters, her cousins? That's a lie, because her brothers, sisters, cousins, nobody came out but the parents. He's lying. Nobody came out, guys. Nobody came out to talk about Ashlee Jenae other than her mother and her mother, father, and the step-parents. Nobody else came out. So you're lying. When you say brothers, cousins, this, you're lying. Stop lying to the viewers. Stop lying. Keep everything factual.
Explain that to me. Her parents, her brothers, her sisters, her cousins, her aunts, her uncles, her friends, the people who work with her. Joe Budden, Cardi B.
What do you mean, Joe Budden? We don't care about Joe Budden. Cardi B didn't come out nowhere. You understand? You're lying. Because Cardi B never paid for a funeral. Cardi B could share her thoughts. Nobody cares about Cardi B. We don't care about no Joe Budden. We don't care about nothing. You're the same one who said you don't want to tell what Joe Budden was doing at the funeral. He just did that to get visibility to his platform. For all we know, he may have dated Ashlee, or he just probably went there acting like he knew her just to get publicity. Let's go.
People in the entertainment industry, not one person is like, yeah, she was going through some mental health issues. Yeah, things were tough for her. It's possible. Not one person. Joe McCann, the only person that was like, yeah, I believe it.
He's copying me, guys. I literally told, guys, if you go back and you watch my last 2 live streams, I said the same exact thing, guys. That for Joe McCann to claim that this woman was an angel, that she was a beacon of light, that she was talented, that she was a genius, why would he say all those wonderful things in that letter, but yet believe that she would unalive herself? That does not make sense. Joe, if anything, out of all of us, is supposed to be saying, my fiance, the woman in whom I love, who I literally got on one knee for, would never want to take her life, would never want to harm herself because she loved life. She was outgoing. She was a beautiful soul. There's no way she would want to do that. That is what Joe should be saying, but he's not saying it. But notice how Trent is copying Ringo TV. Let's go.
I read that to you yesterday. Watch that video. I'm pinning it down below. Joe's the only one who's like, I understand her parents don't want to believe it and don't want to accept it. Why is Joe the only person that doesn't want answers?
Do you see how he keep repeating it? Do you see how he keep driving it home as though he's giving you new information? I've been told you guys this already in my investigative work.
That screams guilt. Why?
It doesn't necessarily scream guilt. It don't. What it screams is what you always believe. Just like I believe that Joe McCann unalived Ashlee. I believe that. At the same time, that doesn't necessarily scream guilt. It's just rather strange and bizarre that a man that spoke so highly of a woman, that claimed that he engaged to her, that claimed that she loved his children, why would a woman of such high moral excellence want to unalive herself and her own fiance believes that she did it? If he didn't see it, how could Joe believe that Ashlee unalive herself if he wasn't there to see it? How could he believe it? I would not believe it. Somebody else did that. Maybe some hotel staff member murdered his fiance. How come Joe ain't saying that? These are the things that I was saying in my videos on how come Joe is not fighting for Ashlee's justice. How come Joe didn't get the footage? How come Joe didn't ask for, I need to see who was in her room? How come Joe ain't doing the work? How come Joe didn't fly the family down to Zanzibar? How come Joe didn't foot the GoFundMe bill? How come Joe didn't send back Ashlee's cell phone to the parents? How come Joe is not doing no investigation? Joe basically believes the official story. That's a red flag for me.
Joe McCann, the only person on the planet that has 4 exclusive interviews and posts on TMZ.
No, Joe don't have no interview. You're lying. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I have to go get my charger. Give me a minute. Gotta go get my charger. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play, guys. And I'm gonna go get my charger real fast. Gotta get my charger for this phone. I forgot to plug in the charger. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let it play.
Nobody else. Her parents at the funeral was like, yo, TMZ, you're not welcome here. We don't want to talk to you. News crews, we don't want to talk to you. But Joe is the only one. Do you see the ridiculousness in this? Now, as much as I just gave his publicist credit, I just credit his whole team. The publicist is doing a good job with the manipulation of words, but his team with the execution is horrible. This lawyer is horrible. And by the way, his lawyer is also Donald Trump's lawyer. That should tell you everything that you need to know, okay? Or one of Donald Trump's lawyers, let me just be clear, okay? Now, let's get back to this. Despite online rumors, see how they like, here's the publicist working. Despite online rumors, Joe was never arrested or locked up. I want to reiterate that. I want to put that early in the article. Joe was never arrested. Joe was never locked up. And Edwards tells us Joe stayed cooperative with investigators the whole time. Again,
all right, we back.
He gave his passport up.
We back, guys. Give me a minute. I'm gonna rewind it back. Gotta go. I don't even know where my charger brick is, so I gotta connect it to my good old handy battery. That's right. Let's get this thing going. Give me a minute, guys. Plug this up. Boom, boom, boom. That's from my cinema rig. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we should be good to go. Da, 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 da. Seems like we good. We should be good now. I don't want to mess with nothing. I'm going to kind of flick the screen real fast, guys. I want to see if I am charging. Give me a minute. Okay. Put a 1 if we're back. Put a 1, guys, if we are back. We back? Okay. So we're charging. Everything is good. Let me rewind it back. I had to go look for that battery. real fast. I want to make sure I'm breaking down everything he says so I can find all the lies.
Here's the publicist working.
Hold on. Let me rewind it back some more.
His whole team, the publicist is doing a good job with the manipulation of words, but his team with the execution is horrible. His lawyer is horrible.
How you gonna say his lawyer is horrible, his publicist is horrible? Where in that message did you see a publicist? You're lying. Nowhere in that message does it say anything about a publicist. When it talks about the attorney, it quotes the attorney. You're lying. You're saying the attorney is horrible. What are you talking about? It's like what Trent is trying to do is say, don't listen to TMZ, listen to me. He's trying to replace TMZ. Man, you crazy.
His lawyer is also Donald Trump's lawyer. That should tell you everything that you need to know. Okay?
So now his lawyer is Donald Trump's lawyer. So now what that designed to do, now watch this, guys. Guys, let me explain what he's doing there. Because I'm breaking this all down. You know how in the political game, a lot of people hate Donald Trump. Then they start talking about MAGA this, MAGA that. So to say that the attorney is Donald Trump's attorney, right, is designed to make everybody hate Joe even more because of their hate that they have for Trump and their hate that they have for MAGA. So now the attorney's a monster now. So now all of that hate is stirred up. That's what he's doing. Oh, that's Donald Trump's attorney. Last time I checked, an attorney is not a slave. Attorneys are hired, right? So if you go get an attorney, that's not your attorney. That's an attorney that you hire for a job. You don't own the attorney. Anybody could use an attorney if you got the money.
One of Donald Trump's lawyers. Let me just be clear, okay?
Now he's saying it's one of Donald Trump's attorneys. How this man is, why is he even focusing on Donald Trump? That's what you need to think about. Why? Because he want to stir up the hate in people.
Let's get back to this. Despite online rumors, see? See how they here's the publicist.
Do you see how he's laughing? Everything is a game, everything's a joke. Online rumors. You see that? Let's go.
It's working. Despite online rumors, Joe was never arrested or locked up.
And where did they get those rumors from? From this guy, from Fumi, from Sheba, from all these different content creators that have been lying the whole time. That's where they got them from. Let's go.
I want to reiterate that. I want to put that early in the article. Joe was never arrested. Joe was never locked up. And Edwards tells us Joe stayed cooperative with investigators the whole time. Again, he gave his passport over. He sat down. He wanted to cooperate.
Give me a
he
minute,
wanted
guys. I'm looking for something.
I'm
looking for something real quick. I keep seeing people post about whatchamacallit, Drake Jr. So I said, let me go get this image up so y'all can see Drake Jr. in action. Let me see if I got this. Because we talked about that in our previous streams. That bruh man, he went to the funeral as Drake Jr. and came up there like a rapper and whatnot, trying to, I guess, play a mixtape at the funeral and whatnot. That's him over there. He came over there as Drake Jr. at the funeral. Imagine that, gang. This clown came up to the funeral with a choker chain, trying to be Drake with the damn cornrows, beard trim, same way. This guy really want to be Drake, fam. Got the bracelet, trying to be like Drake, fam. Sad, right? Absolutely sad, bro. Like, this is sad. Look at this mess. This man got the choker chain. Got the bracelet. He came down there at the funeral as a rapper. Got the watch. How you gonna come to a funeral like this, bro? You trying to look like your man Drake. That's what he trying to do, gang. That's wild, bro. Absolutely wild, man. I just thought that I'd show you guys that because, you know, it's only right that I show that to you guys, man. But let's get back to the content. Hit the like button, guys. Let's get these likes to 1,000. Hold on. Volume.
You were never locked up, sir, and you were never arrested. Why haven't you spoken out? Why haven't you taken out your phone and done a story time? This is 2026.
Because he has the right to remain silent, fool. That's why. Because he have a right to remain silent. His fiance is unalive. He's going to be looked upon as the murderer, excuse me. So the logical thing to do is stay quiet. That's the logical thing to do. Doing a live by saying, hey, that seems to be what we would want. But when it comes to the legalities, an attorney would never advise you to do that. I want you guys to be reasonable and think logical. An attorney would never advise you to do that under any circumstances. Look, guys, we got to be smart. If any of you guys, let's say, for example, watch this, guys. Watch me set the scenario up. Let's say, for example, I, Ringo TV, am dating a white woman. I'm out dating this white woman. I'm, doing my thing. And she's chilling at the crib, or we live in the same house. I'm dating her. She turned up dead. And for whatever reason, I just whip up my phone, go live. Hey, guys, I don't know what happened. She's dead. You know what I'm saying? I was upstairs in the room. I was playing PlayStation. I don't know what happened. It looked like she hanged herself. Cops come. Everybody's there. I have this video on YouTube. That video is not going to help me. People going to look at it and they're going to still say I did it. They're going to still say I did it. Even if I'm trying to clear my name, because they're going to say, why you trying to rush to clear your name? Why you went live right away? Why you trying to act like you innocent? How do we know you ain't do it? They're going to still say I did it. So the best thing to do is just stay quiet and get yourself an attorney. That's the best thing to do. So for him to be saying why Joe didn't go live or go on his phone and proclaim his innocence, listen, that's what we would want Joe to do. I even talked about that in older videos. Why Joe didn't do this, why Joe didn't do that. But when we look at from an attorney's point of view, an attorney would never advise you to say a word. Shut up, because anything you say can and will be used against you. Even if it's something nice, it's going to be used against you in court.
Why haven't you done anything until the first time you have done something is May the 5th after Ashlee Jenae's funeral? Why? Why, sir? Joe has never been arrested, never been locked up. I cannot wait for the truth to come out. Edward tells Joe stayed cooperative with investigators the whole time. This is not true, okay? Now, let's go over to the next page where the manipulation...
He still haven't got to the manipulation. He still haven't gotten to this manipulation, guys. I'm waiting for him to get to it so we can break it down. He still haven't got to it.
Goes to a level of times 10. Authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation, but clearly, listen to this line, Joe's not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave. The audacity of TMZ to write that line, to allow Joe's team and publicists to allow that line in there is ridiculous.
That don't make no sense what you're saying. You sound dumb, bro. You sound dumb. TMZ is giving their opinion on what was transpired. Joe have not been charged with murder. He's not under any suspicion, so they let him go. What's the point? What's the problem? It's like you trying to blame TMZ like TMZ let them go. That don't even make no sense. Like, listen to what he said, guys. What he said is making no sense. He called that manipulation. That don't make no sense what he's saying.
Clearly, listen to this line, Joe's not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave. The audacity.
What audacity? If they're letting him leave, he's not under any intense suspicion. Meaning they don't got nothing on him. Guys, if they don't got nothing on you, they gotta let you go. Even if we think he guilty. It's either he's a smart killer or his attorney was there to advise whatever and they just couldn't get nothing on him. But if they were suspicious and felt something was up, they would not let Joe go. At the same time, just because they let him go and he could come back to the US, it doesn't mean, everything is done. It could just mean that for now, we don't got nothing, but we're going to let you go. We're going to let you go. We'll keep in touch.
Of TMZ to write that line, to allow Joe's team and publicists to allow that line in there is ridiculous. Listen clearly as I read it again. And just note that in their manipulation and in their strategy, they have to be very careful because they know that it's still an open investigation. They know that the authorities are watching TMZ and they're watching.
You said that TMZ was bought and paid for by Joe, but you're talking about TMZ need to be careful with what they say because it's an ongoing investigation. You said that TMZ was bought by Joe. Those are strong words, which mean you're saying that TMZ took a bribe. That's what you said. In other words, to lie. That's what you did. You're basically saying that TMZ was bribed by Joe McCann to lie, to put out a story to help him look like a good guy.
Those movements, we'll get into that in a second. But listen to what they have to say, but then listen to what they say.
Now notice what it says, guys, because I have it flipped. You guys can't see it anyway. But let me see if I could. I don't know if I could do this. No, it won't. It won't do that. Okay. But it says authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation. But clearly, Joe not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave, excuse me. So authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared. See, he's not reading. Just because Joe was let go, it doesn't mean that Joe is free forever and they'll never call him back. It's no different than even in today's day where somebody can be a part of a crime. Something took place and they get bail and they're able to go home, right? They're able to go home. They're free to go home. It doesn't mean they're free. You can go home for now. We'll be in touch. That's one of them type of things. So authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation. But this is TMZ saying suspicion if they're letting him leave. That's just their opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. Because if they're letting him go, it just means that they don't see nothing necessary to hold him right now. You see? That's the whole point of that. I don't see why he's making it a big deal.
After to manipulate you.
He ain't manipulate nobody. He just don't know how to read. That's the problem. He don't know how to read to understand. Nobody manipulated anyone.
Listen to what they say. After to manipulate you. Authorities haven't said publicly. They have not said publicly. If Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation, he's not cleared. You'll hear people in the comment section. You'll hear people in the online. You'll hear content creators. Yo, Joe's cleared. He's back home. He has his passport. Joe has not been officially cleared by authorities. But clearly, Joe
It didn't say that Joe is not officially cleared. It says authorities haven't said publicly, dumbass. That's what it said. It never said that Joe is not cleared. Listen to what he said again, guys, because I think what's the problem is he don't know how to read. I think that's what the issue is.
Has not been officially cleared by authorities. But clearly, Joe is not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave. That is so false. We're going to talk about that after the article.
Look, listen. It says authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation. You know what that means, dumbass? It means that one, Joe may have been cleared officially, right? Or he may not have been cleared officially, but they're letting him go. Being that they're letting him go, it means that we don't really have anything on him to hold him right now. But we may contact him later down the road. But it never said that he has not been officially cleared. It's just that the authorities haven't said it publicly. That's all it's saying. They haven't publicly said Joe is in the clear, he's free, we will never deal with him ever again. Why? There have been no investigation that have charged him with murder. That's all it's saying. He don't know how to read. That's the problem.
You can be under the most intense suspicion on the planet and still be let go by authorities after they question you. We're going to look into the example of David, the singer.
Duh. I mean, this man is not making no sense. I just told you already. You could listen, you could be with a group of people that got arrested, but for some reason they let you go home. And it's just because they don't have nothing on you at the moment. It doesn't mean you're free. It doesn't mean they won't give you a call. Sometimes the law will tell you, don't take no trips. Don't even think about leaving the country, because they're going to keep their eye on you. You see? He's bugging out, man.
That is now been arrested and charged. I'm going to get into that in a second. All y'all thought that LAPD messed up and David wasn't going to be charged because they let him go. There's still legalities that authorities have to stand by. And putting this line here that says, but clearly Joe's not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave, is a way to manipulate the conversation to make you think that because he's not under intense suspicion that he's not still a suspect.
No, that's not what they said. You just don't know how to read, sir. TMZ has just given an opinion that authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared. The reason why TMZ is saying that is because Joe was given back his passport, meaning they restored back his ability to travel. They also granted him the ability to get back to the United States. So under that situation, they haven't officially or publicly, I should say, the authorities haven't publicly said that Joe is cleared, which means he's totally innocent. We don't have nothing else on him. They haven't publicly said that. So we don't know if, to be honest, we the people, we don't know if Joe is officially cleared or if authorities are just saying you have the right to leave, but we'll be in touch. You understand? One of them situations. I believe it's the latter, meaning he's free to go. They'll be in touch if anything else come up. So TMZ is saying clearly Joe's not under intense. Remember, intense. There might be suspicion, but not intense suspicion. If it was intense suspicion, they would not let Joe leave. They might be suspicious of Joe, but if they don't have nothing on the man, they gotta legally let him go. Woo! Knock knock. You were speeding. No, I wasn't, officer. I got a dash cam on. I was going about 60 miles. Okay, I smell weed in the car. I don't got no weed in the car. Well, we're gonna get a canine out here. We're gonna get a canine. I don't even know why you harassing me for. I don't know. There's nothing in my car. Do you want to? Could we search it? No, you can't search my car. Well, then we're gonna bring the dog out either way. Dog come. They go by the car. The dog don't smell nothing. Nothing is there. What do they got to do? They got to let you go. Even though he's being all suspicious of you because he's profiling you, right? He got to let you go. There's nothing there. I'm sure Joe had some sense of suspicion. That's why they questioned him. But it's not intense. See, the problem with Trent is he don't know how to read. He failed at reading and comprehension. He don't know how to read. Intense suspicion is different from just suspicion. If it was intense suspicion, Joe would not be allowed to leave. That's why they let him leave, because it's not intense. I don't know why Joe's audience don't just call him out on his BS.
Let's go on to the next page for more manipulation.
He said, let's go on to the next page for more manipulation. There is no manipulation in this article, guys. There's no manipulation in the article. If it was, I would have told you guys already.
On to the next page for more manipulation. Early local reports claim cops initially believed Ashlee passed away by self-unaliving herself and haven't publicly changed that position, though Ashlee's family has said that they find her passing suspicious.
Well, Ashlee's family can find her passing suspicious. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, local reports claim cops initially believed Ashlee took her life. That's in Africa. For all we know, they were bribed with money to lie about the story. Remember, we need an official autopsy to determine these things. If they don't have proof that she unalived herself, we just can't go by their words. Where's the autopsy? Right? There's no autopsy. There's no proof of anything. And it was said that Joe was the one who found her. How do we know Joe didn't kill her? So anybody could be bribed in Africa. You pay them some money, they'll lie. Right? So you need to make your points very clear. The family could be suspicious, but they're not in Africa. They don't have the proof. The cops and everybody that was there on the scene, they were able to see things that the family is not privy to see. Joe was able to see things that the family didn't see. And maybe based on whatever goes on out there in Africa, they probably seen this type of stuff all the time. People probably been unalive in the very same manner, and they just concluded that she took her own life. But if you ask me, they were already bribed with money to say that story.
You see how they still, again, want us to think that Ashlee did this to herself? This is why I believe that TMZ has been bought and paid for.
What?
This is just Joe and his team wanting Joe to come back to the US and enter back into society like a normal person.
Makes no sense.
So that Joe can get hedge fund money, crypto money, and he can be cool with his homeboys again.
What are you talking about being cool with his homeboys again and getting crypto money? Every time Trent talks about Joe McCann, he keeps talking about crypto money and cool with his friends. What does this have to do with anything? This is dumb. Like, he's not making no sense, man. Like, no sense whatsoever. He's the one trying to manipulate you viewers into believing garbage. That's not making no sense.
So when people question him, he could go back and be like, yo, read that TMZ article. Early local reports claim cops initially believed Ashlee did this to herself. And they haven't publicly changed that position. Do you know why they haven't publicly changed the position?
Why?
Because there's still an investigation going on.
No, it doesn't mean that an investigation is still going on. It just means that they were bought and pretty much paid for and bribed by somebody that got money. Because if they let Joe go, then that means that they don't really care about the situation because there's no foul play in their mind because they may have gotten paid, right? Or the autopsy already came back and they already know the results, but they didn't reveal that to the United States. Where's the autopsy results from Zanzibar? It didn't come in yet. Are we even allowed to see the results? That's another thing. Would Africa display those results to the United States, or they keep that in-house? These are things that we just don't know. I don't know. All I know is that the family said they made their own independent autopsy, and we still don't got those results yet.
There is an investigation going on, and if you read the article properly, like I've been doing for you.
You haven't been reading anything properly, fam. You need Hooked on Phonics. You need Hooked on Phonics ASAP. Go to Amazon, order Hooked on Phonics ASAP. You need it because you don't know how to read, and that's a problem. You cannot be a content creator and don't know how to read. You got to know how to read. Very, very important.
As you can clearly see that there's still an active investigation.
There is nothing active. There's nothing active right now, because if there's something active, why they're not interacting with the family? How come they're not contacting the family? Where's Ashlee's cell phone? Where's at what investigation? There is no investigation. This has been brushed under the rug. You're just too blind to see it. You want to drag the story on and on and on. I want the people to know the truth. If they let Joe go and Joe comes back to the United States, Joe is not going back to Zanzibar. He's not. He's done. And again, it's said that the authorities haven't officially said if they're done or Joe is fully in the clear. For all we know, Joe is fully in the clear. They just haven't officially made it public. For all we know, Joe is a free man. We don't know. And again, the family of Ashlee, they're not investigating anything because they don't even got an investigator or an attorney.
We'll tell you that, but they put all of this makeup over it to make you think that Joe's this innocent guy. Ashlee's family told us they haven't heard from Joe.
It's not that Joe is an innocent guy. We got to go by facts. Where's the proof that put Joe in the driver's seat of the crime? I keep telling you guys, we can believe Joe unalive Ashlee all day. But if there is no proof that put him in the crime scene, that man is not going to get charged. I keep telling you guys this all the time. So he's trying to make it seem like TMZ is trying to defend Joe. No, they're just putting out the stories. The family of Ashlee have to provide the proof. The family needs to be playing chess rather than checkers. They're playing. Joe is making moves with his attorney, and Ashlee's family is sitting around being complacent and procrastinating and just playing games. And this is why Joe is able to get results for himself.
Since their daughter's passing, but we're told Joe was left on red by Ashlee's mother.
That's the truth.
Do you see how this is highlighted in red here?
Because left in red. It's very important for the case, because what that says, and see, this is why Trent is losing his mind right now, is because he can't accept the fact that Ashlee's mom did in fact lie. She lied, guys, because they left Joe on red. Joe reached out to Ashlee's mother, and basically Ashlee's mother never responded back. But Ashlee's mother was on the interview telling the world that Joe never communicated with her. That's what she did. She lied. And that made all of us look at Joe like a monster. And again, I believe that Joe murdered Ashlee Jenae. That's my belief. That's my opinion. That's how I feel based on everything that I'm seeing. At the same time, all of you that are viewing, put a 1 if you believed that Ashlee's parents was calling Joe's phone, begging and pleading, and he was just ignoring all of their phone calls. Put a 1 if that's what you believe, because that is what Ashlee's family did to Joe. They made us believe that they were calling Joe every day, blowing his phone up, and he was ignoring them. That's untrue. TMZ brought out the information. It was Ashlee's family that was ignoring Joe. Joe already reached back to the mom. She never reached back to him. most likely never told the father the situation. And when they did the interview with TMZ, TMZ asked them, so did Joe contact you? Did Joe do this? Did Joe do that? And the family like, we haven't heard nothing from him. All we want is answers. And they made Joe look like a monster on TMZ. Why do you think TMZ is putting out the information now? Because the family lied on TMZ and made Joe look like he made no attempts to reach out to them. That's why we have to balance the information. This guy is he's not playing the game fair. He's just trying to milk the system to get money, but he's not being honest. If the report says that Joe was left on red by Ashlee's mother, that's not a smear campaign against Ashlee's mother. And if it's a lie, how come Ashlee's mother is not in the public saying that TMZ is lying? How come? How come Ashlee's mother's not saying it's a lie? You know why? Because TMZ got the proof. TMZ most likely have Joe McCann's text message of him left on red and the mother never responded back. All of that is going to come out in the future, and it's going to make Trent look stupid as hell because he's playing dumb right now.
That Joe was left on red by Ashlee's mother. We talked about this in length yesterday. I'm not going to go back into it again today, but this is TMZ and Joe and his people trying to say that Ashlee's parents are the bad people here. And Ashlee's parents,
they are the bad people. And that's the problem that you're in denial about. See, you're doing horrible journalist work. Horrible. See, when you're doing investigative news reporting, you have to be neutral, even if you feel there was foul play. In other words, I can believe that Joe unalived Ashlee. At the same time, I'm going to be fair and balanced in my approach. If the information is coming out that the mother left Joe on red, even though I know and believe in my heart that Joe unalived Ashlee, that's my opinion. Just because it says Joe was left on red, I'm not going to come on YouTube and make videos about, oh, they're running a smear campaign on the mother, and that's not right. You know, they left her on red. Man, that's just a bunch of joke. I'm not going to do that. I got to report the news for what it is. The mother lied. She lied. And TMZ is not going to publish that if they don't have the proof. Trust and believe. The attorney showed TMZ Joe's text message. And if it's wrong, if TMZ is lying, where is Ashlee's mother to clarify with her attorney? Hello? Hello? If TMZ is putting out false information about the mother in regards to leaving Joe left on red, if Ashlee's mom and the family got an attorney, why the attorney is not clarifying with TMZ that that information is false so that the parents can be cleared? Ashlee's mom ain't saying a word. You know why? Because she lied. TMZ know what they're doing, gang. They've been doing this for a long time. The problem is this man want you to view his platform and he want you to think that TMZ is working with Joe because he already know that the majority of us believe that Joe unalived Ashlee. I believe Joe unalived Ashlee. But at the same time, on my platform, I speak the truth. And I'm fair and balanced when I do my reporting. What we're not going to do is let the mother get a pass. She lied. And that lie caused a lot of us to look at Joe as more than a monster that we actually thought he was. Because I thought the family was calling Joe, crying for truth, begging and pleading, and Joe was just ignoring all their calls, all their texts, all their messages. That's how it looked to the public. So we looking at Joe like, damn, you a heartless piece of ish. Like, for real? The family, the mother's reaching out to you, the dad is calling you, and you just ignoring all their phone calls? That's what we were believing. But the truth of the matter is the family have Joe's number and the family never called Joe. The family never called him. And I'm sure TMZ got the phone records. When all of that stuff comes out, guys, we're going to be in shock like, oh, snap. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Why would the family not contact Joe by phone if they know their daughter is dead, bro? The first thing a mother doing is calling on the phone. That looks very, very suspect. That's what I said. In this case, it could be a situation, and this is just me thinking out loud, guys. From the beginning of this case, I never trust Ashlee's family. I already told you that in day one. I never trusted them. And I told you guys, I'm fighting for Ashlee's justice. You understand? The family been moving shady the whole time. What if the family set up their own daughter in order to frame Joe in order to get his money? What if the family orchestrated a hit on Ashlee in order to get Joe's money, in order to make it hot for Joe so Joe could settle out of court and end up giving them millions? Come on now. Because I don't see them fighting for Ashlee's justice. I don't see no updates. I don't see nothing, bro. It's been weeks and days. And this family, I have seen nothing come out to make us say, wow, the family is working for Ashlee's justice. Nothing. No information, guys.
Are the ones that are ceasing to communicate with Joe. And they're trying to make you feel like they're stopping to talk to him because they're the bad people.
No,
there's a reason why they stopped talking to him. And I explained that to you guys yesterday.
Notice what you just said, Trent. You said it's a reason why they stopped talking to TMZ. So what are you complaining for? You're the one who made the family stop talk to TMZ. That's the real issue. You've been in the family's ear. You probably been in the DM. You probably told the family you could count on me. You could count on Trent. Forget TMZ. They just trying to manipulate you. You trying to be the spokesperson for the family so you could get that YouTube check. I could read right through you, fam. I could read you, dog. You see what I'm saying? Just like I could read Fumi. I could read all of y'all, man. Y'all no good. You know? Y'all after checks and money. That's all you care about. You don't care about Ashlee's case.
And it's disgusting that TMZ write that article. It's a smear campaign against Ashlee's parents, and they want to reiterate that again today.
If you gotta go, hey, appreciate you stopping by. Says I have to go to sleep. Ringo, see you soon. Hey, I appreciate you even stopping by. Just catch the replay, timestamp where we left off, and you continue from there when you get that time. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's joining in on the show. Make sure you hit the like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are reacting to this video from Trent, basically saying that TMZ is bought and paid for by Joe McCann, and how the family is, being smeared by TMZ, and TMZ is writing a bunch of stuff to try to make the mother look bad. All of that is untrue. TMZ is putting out the same news that they've always put out about everyone. TMZ gave Ashlee's family a fair shake. TMZ gave Ashlee's family airtime, interviews, everything. They had more than enough time to tell the whole world that Joe did it. They had more than enough time to speak their truth. They ain't even saying nothing, fam. That's crazy. Not one time did the family say in that interview, Joe did it, or we believe Joe did it, or we believe that Joe may have something to do with it. You know? They haven't said nothing. And that's kind of strange to me.
And they want to highlight it in red. Ashlee's mom, Yolanda, that she's this horrible person. She left Joe on red.
You need to explain what that means, Trent. See, the problem is you're not being a good reporter. You're not doing a good job when it comes to the content. That's why you're going to lose viewers and they're going to come on over to Ringo TV. It's because you're not doing a good job. Don't get mad at me if your views start getting low when you do Ashlee videos. The reason why you're getting low is because the people have spoken. You're not doing a good job. You're playing dumb. You understand? Ashlee's mother left Joe on red, which made the public look at Joe as a monster even more, because we thought that the family was calling Joe, reaching out to Joe, trying to get information in regards to their daughter the whole time. And now it comes out that the family never called Joe, not one time. It was only the mother who texted Joe one time, and Joe responded back, explaining what the situation is. And most likely when he did that, he told her that Ashlee's okay, we're taking her to the hospital, X, Y, and Z. And he probably gave all the information that was needed. And the mother never responded back because she was angry with Joe. Left him on red, angry. And the family never called Joe back. And because of that, the family made it look like Joe wasn't communicating. And that made the public turn on Joe even more.
Joe took 11 hours in between when Ashlee came to the hospital. And it wasn't even Joe who contacted her parents. It was the hospital. When he first contacted, oh, Ashlee did something to herself. She's on the way to the airport.
I don't think you understand what fair and balanced mean, Trent. If I'm dating a woman or I'm engaged and I've been with her for 1 year and she end up unalive, the most difficult thing in the world to do is call the parents and say your daughter is dead. Do you know what kind of phone call that is? Especially if you yourself didn't do anything to her and you're going through your own you're grieving or whatever the case is. That's a difficult thing to do, to call, or you got to get your mind right. You got to get everything right. Plus, it's not just 11 hours. We got to factor in context. We got to look at counting when Ashlee was found, when she left, and when they took her to the hospital. So from the when she was taken to the hospital and the time they were dealing with her in the hospital, that makes up that time of 11 hours. So I think that you're being totally disingenuous. You don't know how to report on a story. You have poor communication skills, and you lack basic discernment of how hospitals treat their patients in terms of medical treatment. So if Ashlee tried to unalive herself and she was unresponsive and they took her to the hospital, she's not going to be there 2 hours and that's it. They most likely had her in the hospital for a long time. And then they're going to give the family an update on her prognosis and so forth. You're a horrible journalist. You need to just quit. Seriously. Because you don't know how to do your job. And you're misleading these people. You don't know how to communicate. 11 hours, it doesn't mean that Joe purposely didn't contact the people in 11 hours or whatever the case is. No. It means that in the process of Ashlee, from the time she was trying to allegedly unalive herself, or when she was murdered, or when she was found unresponsive, that was the time she was in the hospital. So by the time they went to contact the family to let them know what the deal is, that's after the fact when nothing else can be done for her. You have to learn how to communicate.
Yeah, I'll let you know, for 11 hours, he sat down there by himself in the hospital, did nothing, didn't contact their parents because he's working on an alibi, working to pay people off, doing all of his business, what he's doing, talking to his lawyer, Edward, planning all of this out, orchestrating all of this. And didn't even call her mom. The hospital had to call.
The hospital's job is to call them because the hospital is the one doing the job. The hospital have to call the mom. You're not making no sense. This guy is not making no sense, guys. He's not making any sense. Yes, I believe at the same time, the hospital's job is to call them once they realize there's nothing else they could do and she passed away. The hospital have to call the parents or law enforcement. You know what I mean? Not Joe. The hospital ain't gonna come to Joe and say, hey, she's dead. You need to go call the parents. No, the hospital's gonna call the parents.
Harry and Yolanda to say, hey, unfortunately, your daughter has passed away. And then she had to text Joe. And Joe came back with some cockamamie ridiculousness.
Notice what he just did right there. He just lied. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch how Trent just lied? See, Trent, this is why you're going to lose views. It's because I'm doing a better job than you. Don't get mad at me. Don't get jealous because I'm a better reporter, better journalist. I'm better than you, then doing this investigation in regards to the Ashlee Jenae case. You're lying. Watch this, guys. Watch how he lied.
And Joe came back with some cockamamie ridiculousness.
Hold on, let me rewind it back. I want you to hear the lie. Listen to the lies, guys.
Planning all of this out, orchestrating all of this. And didn't even call her mom. The hospital had to call Harry and Yolanda to say, hey, unfortunately, your daughter has passed away. And then she had to text Joe.
And you see that? And then she had to text Joe. You see that? And then she had to text Joe. What text? Remember the text that it says that the mother texts Joe? And what did Joe write back? He wrote back letting her know, oh, we're taking her to the hospital, X, Y, and Z. His story is backwards. Trent, I don't know what you're doing. You're doing a horrible job. You're doing a horrible job. The text message that Joe sent the mother was to let her know that we're taking her to the hospital. You're making it seem like everything happened and then the mother contacted and said what's going on. You're lying. You're manipulating people.
Came back with some cockamamie ridiculousness, and that's why she left him on red. And TMZ doesn't want to tell you that.
No, you're lying. I just showed everybody that you're lying. Why would you say that that's why she left him on red? You're not making no sense. You're not making no sense at all. Because if a parent want to know what is going on with their daughter, they will be ringing that man's phone down. They ain't going to leave him on red and then go on an interview with TMZ and say, we haven't heard nothing from Joe. We ain't even hear from Joe. If that's the case, why you left them on red? You don't even know how to defend these people. You're trying to defend. Listen, you are manipulating people from a lie that the mother put out. You're manipulating your viewers and you're gaslighting your viewers. Wow.
But just wait. Just wait. Let's go to the next page. Oh, sorry. This is not the next page. This is a comment. That was the end of the article. I just wanted to show you guys here a comment, the first comment that's at the end of this article on TMZ's page. After a month-long investigation, it's time to accept the case at face value. Who's Mr. Blonde, by the way? Is that a bot? Is that you, Joe? Is that you, Edward? Is that you, publicist? Why is this at the top? And you can see here that it says 3 hours ago. There's one that is 2 hours ago and 1 hour ago, but they're at the bottom. Why is this at the top? Again, this is on TMZ's website, so they can control what's going on here.
Why are you making a big deal over somebody's comment and saying, is it a bot? Is it this? Is it that? First of all, it says after a month-long investigation, it's time to accept the case at face value. Influencers are a facade. The lives they portray themselves living are not real. It's sad. She deserved more than this. Actually, I agree with their comment. I agree with it. Because most influencers, their life on social media be a facade. It's just something they portray, and it's not the real them. It's not. A lot of the glamour stuff you guys see, it just be smoke and mirrors. In the real world, a lot of times people are not even living like that. A lot of times people are broke. People are not as rich as you think, and it be entertainment. It's true. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So, and I like at the end, the person says, it's sad, she deserved more than this. So they're not mocking her death. They're just saying that people need to just look at the case for what it is at face value. Why is he focused on this one comment and making it seem like if it's Joe McCann, if it's a bot, if it's a publicist, like what does that, how do you tie that into this? It don't make no sense.
They can erase, they can pin, they can put stuff up to the top.
Why would TMZ need to erase the comment? What in the comment is so offensive that they need to erase it? You're not making no sense.
And then they go on to talk about influencers. And you know the article started out with influencer Ashlee Jenae. TMZ always calls her influencer Ashlee.
I mean, think about this person that's here in the comment. I mean, why are you posting stupid comments, fam? Like, seriously. This person says, really? Who's your source? How do you know Trent went to funeral with bad intentions to get TMZ kicked out? Maybe TMZ got themselves kicked out by not respecting the family's wishes. How you know? You sound like a dumbass, and I'm gonna explain why. Number one, Trent was the one who was at the funeral, and Trent is the one acting like he's some sort of spokesperson for the family. So when you think of this, even on social media, Trent is basically telling his viewers not to pay TMZ no mind. And because of that, Trent could have been in the DM communicating with the family by telling them that TMZ don't respect you guys. You shouldn't allow them to talk. Why would the family reject TMZ and reject all other media, but never rejected him? You know why? Because he's in the family's ear. He was down there on bad intentions. Who goes to a funeral with a damn camera in their hand, recording, talking about live at Ashlee Jenae's funeral? Who does that? Only a thirsty person who look for money, a person who's clout chasing off of somebody's death. That type of person is unethical and something wrong with them mentally. This man went to both days, on the 4th and the 5th, and he went to the repast. And then he said he left after 30 minutes because all he saw was the family eating and drinking. You know? Only a sicko does that type of stuff. So for all we know, this man was down there telling the family all this goofy stuff. He's saying that the family left Joe on red because they were upset with him over some nonsense. None of this stuff makes sense. He's trying his best to be the spokespersons for the family. So don't come in here talking no mess about who's my source. I don't got no sources. I'm using my damn brain because I'm smart and extremely intelligent and have a high IQ. I'm not slow like you. You know what I mean? I can put things together. I'm able to discern things and use logic. You see what I mean? Very, very intelligent, bright. Always was a good student in school. Passed all my grades, straight A's, 100s. You understand? Because I'm not dumb. Mama didn't raise no fool. I could look at this guy and know he's a fraud. And I know he's an opportunist. And I can see right through all the shenanigans and all the lies and the manipulative tactics that he's pulling. He's manipulating his viewers. He's focusing on irrelevant issues about Mr. Blondie. Who is Mr. Blondie? Who cares about that? What does that have to do with Ashlee's justice? Nothing.
Nate. The comment goes on to say, influencers are a facade. The lives they portray themselves living are not real.
That's the truth.
Insulting Ashlee.
Person never insulted Ashlee. You're projecting that. The person never insulted Ashlee. There are many influencers that are portraying a facade. They're lying. And a lot of times people believe that these people are living this glamorous life, and they're not really living that glamorous life. People that are really living that life, they're not even on social media. People that are really living the glamorous life where they travel the world, they're able to see this, and they live in luxury homes, luxury cars, and they're doing so well, they're not even on social media. You know why? They don't want you to know their business. They don't want you to know what they're doing. They don't want you to know where they're traveling. They don't want you to know nothing that they do, but they living a great life. And they don't need to show you to prove nothing to you.
Smearing Ashlee, just like they did to her parents, just like what they did to her mother, Yolanda. And then they kind of, make it seem like they're not a bot, make it seem like it's not Edward, and says, it's sad. She deserved more.
You know what he just said? He said, make it seem like it's not Edward. So he's saying that that is Joe's attorney. Did y'all catch that? Let me rewind it back. He said that, he basically said that's Joe's attorney.
And then they kind of, make it seem like they're not a bot, make it seem like it's not Edward, and says, it's sad. She deserved more than this. Give me a break. Let me break some things down for you here to explain to you what's going on, but also explain to you in a way that is respecting Yolanda and Harry's wishes and their family.
Listen, I don't want to hear nothing about respecting this family because this family's not doing a damn thing for Ashlee. They're disrespecting Ashlee by not fighting for her justice. I don't know what kind of cloth this man is cut from. We keep talking all this stuff about respecting the family's wishes and respect. Nobody cares about it. None of that mess. We want justice for Ashlee, and the family's not doing anything about it. Family's not traveling to Zanzibar. They're not at the hotel. They don't got her phone. They don't got the engagement ring. They don't got her personal belongings. They don't got her purse, her clothing, her luggage, nothing. You understand? No camera footage, no autopsy results. The family don't got nothing. They don't got an attorney. They don't got investigators. They don't got nothing. There's no podcast. There's no interviews. There's no nothing. There's nothing. Nothing. There's no news media coverage talking about justice for Ashlee. There is nothing out here. The only thing you hear about justice for Ashlee is on my platform. Everything is quiet.
I'm not going to say too much. I already gave you guys a little bit of a hint when I went off there in the article, but the investigation is still ongoing. Joe McCann is walking a free man for now.
I think we all know that. You're not saying nothing new. Joe was never charged. Joe was let go because they don't got nothing on him. If the family is not investigating nothing, ain't nothing going to stick.
He is free for now. There is still an active investigation.
Yeah, who's running the investigation? Is it in the United States or is it in Africa? Because if it's in Africa and Joe went back to the United States, Africa washed their hands. They're done. This man is he's not smart. He's saying there's an active investigation. But where's the receipts of that? There's no receipts that says that. Once Joe get released, that's it. Done.
Trust Yolanda and Harry. Trust the family.
No, don't trust the family. Do not trust the family, guys. They're not being honest with you.
No, they are not over in Tanzania. They are working.
No, they're not working. He's doing damage control for the family right now because I've been telling you guys why the family is not in Tanzania, why they're not actively focusing on getting Ashlee's personal belongings. He said they're working. Working what? What are they doing? Where's their attorney? How come you haven't talked about Ashlee's parents' attorney's name? You busy talking about Joe's attorney, but who's Ashlee's attorney? What about Ashlee's family's attorney? Their investigator. What's their names? You don't even know because they don't got any.
They brought Ashlee's body back home.
And the body was compromised. Organs probably compromised too. Ain't no telling what they did to that woman's body.
I was at the wake. I was at the funeral.
Just because you were at the wake and at the funeral doesn't make you an authority. It makes you an opportunist.
My last video at the funeral, that her body was not buried.
You heard that? He said her body was not buried. A lot of y'all think Ashlee was laid to rest. No, she was not. Her body was not buried. If the family had an independent autopsy done in the United States and then hired a makeup artist to go do Ashlee's makeup, allegedly, why would the body not be in the ground? Why the body wasn't buried? Why they keeping her body out for? If the autopsy were already done, we don't need the body anymore. Put the girl underground. Lay her to rest. No, they got her body sitting somewhere decomposing, just sitting there with worms. For what?
Okay, there's a reason for that. You'll find out soon.
Notice he's speaking as if though the family's paying him. He's talking about TMZ was bought and paid for. How do we know he wasn't bought and paid for? with the GoFundMe money.
Just because Joe is allowed back and he has his passport does not mean the investigation is over. This is not the end. I promise you that.
Nobody said the investigation is over. Nobody said the investigation is over. We don't even know if there is an investigation. The investigation is not over on my end because I'm still doing my investigation. But when it comes to the family of Ashlee, there is no investigation because they're not doing nothing and they're not giving us no updates. We don't know what's going on. And all of that stuff in Africa, I don't care about that because they haven't given y'all nothing. No autopsy results. They didn't even tell you what they were asking Joe McCann. They didn't even give you nothing. Nothing. There's no information from Africa. So I don't want to hear nothing from over there. If the family is not doing their own investigation in America and have the FBI involved, then nothing is going to happen to Joe.
This is not the end. It's not over.
Okay? He's only saying that because he don't got no more material. He's only saying that because he has no more content. He have nothing really to talk about anymore. You understand? They lied so much. They dragged the story so much, manipulated people so much. Now it's like, we're not done, guys. I'm gonna still keep you guys posted because he don't got nothing, guys. He don't have any more stories. Nothing to lie. It's like he have to create a new lie now.
Now, regardless of how close I am to the situation,
see, no matter how close he is to the situation, he is working with the family. Do you see that? He's making himself out to be an authority who is the closest to the family above any other YouTuber. I don't want to be close to the family because I don't trust them. And I don't trust Trent at all either. None of these YouTubers, I don't trust none of them because they all after money.
And I have said honestly and openly here, I necessarily wouldn't handle every single I dotted and T crossed the way how her parents have been handling it. But we're all different people. And like I said, we have no choice but to respect Yolanda, Harry, her family, and her close friends' wishes on how they want to go about doing it. Might not be the way that I or you would go about.
Notice, he's telling us a bunch of fluff because nobody don't even know what they're doing. We're literally walking in the dark, blind. The viewers are blind. The viewers have no idea what the family is doing. What kind of nonsense is this, guys? Y'all gave them $64,000 and the family give you no updates on what they're doing with the money. That's madness.
But I can promise you, they're going about it their way. And this is not the end. We know that there was an independent autopsy done in the United States of America.
Where's the result?
The body is not buried. You can read between the lines. It's not over. Like I said a little bit earlier, when there is an active investigation, you can speak to somebody, you can question somebody, you could bring them in, etc., etc. There has to become a time during the investigation that you give people back their passports if they gave it to you. If not, like I said, the truth will come out with that soon. In the United States of America, depending on the state that you're in, you can hold somebody 48 to 72 hours, depending on the state. Sometimes it's 24, etc. In Tanzania, which we've reported on before, their laws are a little bit more lax. You can hold somebody for longer without charging them. Okay? If you guys read between the lines, it's been around 30 days since this has happened. And this is the time when Tanzania is saying, okay, here's your passport. Okay, you're cleared. You can do whatever you want now. Doesn't mean it's over. And I already spilled the beans a little bit earlier. If you guys know anything.
You didn't spill no beans about nothing, man. You ain't give us nothing, no information. There's nothing in your video but lies, man. You ain't give no information. Nothing. You just dragged the video for 30 minutes, wasting everybody's time.
About David, the singer, who's out in LA.
We don't care about David, the singer. Stop gaslighting. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop manipulating and distracting people with stuff that have nothing to do with Ashlee.
Huge case. David has been charged with unaliving Celeste. And throughout the past, I don't know, year or so, content creators have been coming on here, even TMZ. Why aren't they arresting David? They question him.
We don't care about that. See, this is what I don't like. He's talking about something now that have nothing to do with Ashlee. I don't care about none of that stuff. Stop moving the goalposts and focus on the topic. Stop manipulating the people with other stories to get them emotionally triggered. Focus on context of the topic.
They question his family. They question Celeste's family. What is the LAPD doing? The LAPD is ruining the case. The LAPD is this. The LAPD is that. Man. Then, what is it now? 3 weeks ago? He's been arrested, but not charged. LAPD, they don't know what they're doing. They're gonna
notice all of this talking has nothing to do with Ashlee Jenae. Nothing to do with it.
Release him in 72 hours. Well,
this is what happens when a person shouldn't be talking, because he don't know how to stay on topic. He's all over the place talking about things that have nothing to do with the case.
After the 72 hours, we heard from the prosecutor. We heard everything that was going on. We heard that there were wiretaps. We heard that there was a ton more things that happened.
Oh boy, man.
The LAPD and the prosecution decided to tell us. That's exactly what is happening here. I promise you that.
No, it's not. Two different situations. This is why you should never use somebody else's situation in this one. You went off topic and you're trying to tie that into this to make it seem like it had the same severity like the other case. It's not the same. You should never do that when you're speaking about topics.
Just because Joe is being released, just because David was released, it doesn't mean it's over. Okay? There's still an active investigation. There is still one of the most important and key evidences that nobody is talking about.
That nobody is talking about. What's that?
And that's the hotel surveillance footage.
Nah, I already talked about that. What are you talking about? You said nobody's talking about that. This man is crazy.
I have been saying that almost with every single video I've made, not so much this week because we were talking about TMZ and the ridiculousness. But just remember, there are still the surveillance tapes.
Them tapes are done. Them tapes been swept under the rug a long time ago. And to be honest, surveillance tapes cannot prove nothing. Let me be the first one to tell you that right now. Ringo TV exclusive. Surveillance tapes cannot prove anything in regards to the death of Ashlee. They really can't. Because here's why. Security tapes can only show you movement in a corridor area, walking around the resort. That's pretty much it. Security cannot tell you what's going on inside somebody's room. Do you see that? Security tapes can't tell you that. It can't tell you what's going on inside somebody's room. So you can't see who was in the room, if they came out that room or they came out from another area. You can't see all these different things. You don't know how, and you don't know what happened in that room. They're making it seem like there's a camera right by their door. Like as soon as you enter their room, there's a camera sitting right there. Camera footage cannot tell you nothing, fam. Nope. But you know what could? Ashlee's cell phone. Ashlee's cell phone is a gold mine. Who got that phone? That's what we need. Ashlee's cell phone. The only thing and the only way the camera footage can be helpful is if it can prove that Joe was in a totally separate room and was not there when Ashlee was unalive. You get it? That's the only way it can prove the timeline. at the same time, how do we know if they have footage that was doctored? Doctored footage. It could be done. And out there in Africa, ain't no telling what they do. You see what I'm saying? And if they had the footage, don't you think that the investigators that was looking and talking with Joe, you don't think they already looked at footage already? Come on, guys. Let's be reasonable. Let's be intelligent. Let's be smart. You gonna tell me they didn't look at footage already? They already looked at that already. And based on what they see, they let Joe go. And for all we know, there is no footage. Have we heard anything from Africa that said that they got footage? No. We're getting all of that from here at home. We're the ones speculating about cameras. For all we know, there is no cameras. They probably have no CCTV cameras over there. Nothing. You see? It's crazy, man. And if they do have cameras, they probably burned all the footage. I'm going to do some more digging, guys. I'm going to do some more digging and try to come with something very interesting for you guys, because I'm very, very invested into this story. And I think this investigation is going to go all the way in throughout June, the month of June, guys. Like it's gonna really be something, because if we don't see the mother and the father really get down to business, then they failed Ashlee, man. They failed her. Let's get back to it.
Still the autopsy results. There's still Ashlee's autopsy, independent autopsy result in the US. There is still a lot more to come. It is not over. Joe is not free. He is free in the technical sense, but he has not evaded charges. And TMZ and Joe's team has said that in the article. Although
TMZ in the article did not say that Joe is free. You're lying. You're manipulating the viewers. They did not say that. Why are you lying? You're lying. They did not. TMZ did not say that Joe is free, all charges dropped, because he was never charged. It just says that he is free to come back to the US. That's it.
Authorities have not said he's officially cleared, blah, 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 blah. That's the most important thing.
They have not said publicly. Learn how to read, Trent. The authorities have not said publicly, which means we don't know if he is free or if they are still investigating, but he can go home. Please learn how to read to understand.
TMZ was being really responsible. That should have been headline. That should have been the headline. TMZ, Harry, all y'all there. And I know you're watching this. That should have been the headline. That should be the next headline. Put that out. If you're not bought and paid for, if you're not on Joe's side, that is what you should put out.
If you're not
Joe
bought and paid for.
McCann, not cleared by authorities.
Why would they put that out? That's not for them to put out. Why would they? That's poor journalism. Why would they put that out? In order for them to put that out, they would have had to get the facts directly from the authorities. They don't have that information. That's why they said the authorities have not put that out publicly. Remember, the authorities are in Africa, not the United States. You're not smart. You're not smart. Are you following the news in Zanzibar? Do you understand Swahili? Are you researching all the local news out there? I know you're not, because you don't understand how to find that information or even understand what's going on. You see what I'm saying? That's why TMZ put out what they put out, because they don't got that information.
Deemed not a suspect, not this, not that, but he has been cleared to go back to the US. Put that out. I want to get back that exact line. Put that out. Authorities haven't said publicly if Joe has been officially cleared by authorities in the investigation. That should be the headline, TMZ. And remove this. You guys can update articles, remove this, but clearly Joe's not under intense suspicion if they're letting him leave. Because, listen, y'all at TMZ, you guys have a bunch of lawyers working there. You know what that last sentence means. And it's manipulating the people. That's why I believe that you guys have been bought and paid for it.
No, you're manipulating the people because they have attorneys that give them legal advice on how to protect their network and everything else. You should know that. If you understand anything about a business such as TMZ, you would know that they have certain things they gotta do to protect themselves from lawsuits, various other things, and just to be on the right path. It's not like you're just a regular YouTuber, one man band, whatever the case is. And even under those circumstances, you still have to have an understanding on how to communicate on social media to protect yourself, protect your platform, and other situations like that. That's why they have LLCs, they have this, that, have all these different things. But nonetheless, you're saying that TMZ was bought and paid for by Joe, and you don't have no evidence of that just because of what they wrote. That don't make no sense. When TMZ interviewed the family, were they bought and paid for by the family to do that interview? TMZ put out a lot of articles about Ashlee Jenae, and a lot of those articles were helpful to get the family visibility. So now because because TMZ put out stories about Joe, all of a sudden TMZ is bought and paid for? Come on, man. That's not making no sense.
Anyways, surveillance footage from the hotel. There's still testimony from the workers. There's still a lot.
There is no testimonies from the workers other than the one that came to the door. That's the only one that we got. There is nothing else. Everything that you guys been saying that y'all got from Africa, y'all sources, Sheba, Fumi, all of y'all are liars. Y'all some lying ass mother effers, man. Because y'all been lying throughout this whole time. Because if y'all got sources from Zanzibar, who are those sources? And if you got sources from Zanzibar and basically involved in this murder, why y'all didn't give that information to the FBI in the United States? How come you guys are not doing your due diligence to make sure that the information that y'all getting in from Africa is going to local authorities, or at least to the mother and father of Ashlee, so that they're able to add that to their investigation to get these particular individuals that y'all got from Africa, to get them to testify in this particular case, so that it can now bring Joe in for questioning, because now we got Africans that are in Zanzibar that are witnesses that this and that happened. So if you guys have all this information and y'all not bringing this to the table, y'all all in a conspiracy to unalive Ashlee. Y'all all in bed with the killers. And this is why I don't trust none of you YouTubers, because all of y'all fake.
And when this case is unsealed, when the police in Tanzania, who, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I trust them at all.
So you don't even trust them at all. So you don't even trust them at all, but you trust your sources that are in Africa. Make that make sense. You guys are full of it, man.
But there's still a lot to this case. There's still a lot going on. When they unseal...
Now notice this, guys. I already told y'all, I don't trust the police in Africa. I don't trust nothing from over there. Nothing. You understand? I don't trust their stories that they put out about Ashlee. I know that they unalive Ashlee over there, and they're not going to give you the truth. I'm not one of these YouTubers acting like I'm waiting for Africa to give me the truth. I don't trust nothing from over there. Let's go.
They tell you what's going on. And more importantly, when Harry and Yolanda, her parents, when her family is ready to tell y'all what's going on, when they're ready to tell you what they have been working on.
He wants you to believe that the family is working on something when they're not.
The conversation is going to be completely different. And Joe is not going to be able to just be walking around freely to do whatever he wants to do. And speaking of Joe.
Now watch this.
I have two videos that I want to play for you of Joe. This was taken around a year ago.
Notice, he says he got two videos of Joe that he want to play for the people that were recorded a year ago. These videos have absolutely nothing to do with Ashlee. They have nothing to do with the case. This is involving Joe and his business or whatever the case is. I don't know if it's crypto or just some of those stuff that have nothing to do with the case. This is what he wants to talk about, but I'm not going to play the videos. I'm not playing.
I want to show you guys how he is in the crypto world.
You see, he want to show us how he is in the crypto world. This have nothing to do with Ashlee.
How he was on Fox News and he was on different platforms and talking and this or whatever. That's how Joe made his money. That's how Joe got people to invest in him. And this is what Joe is trying to get back to. I'm not going to play too much of it. I just want you to see. By the way, it's very, very creepy because a lot of you guys have seen pictures of him. Just to see him talk, like, it just, honestly, it makes me sick a little bit.
So he's wanting to show you videos of Joe. He said it sounds creepy. He's sick of it. None of this stuff has any relevance to the case. None of it, guys. It's just dumb stuff that this man, he's trying to find stuff to make people not like Joe, and it's irrelevant to the case, like all of it.
And I'm just going to play two quick clips. This is what Joe is trying to get back to. He's trying to get back online. He's trying to get back on Twitter.
What are you talking about? He's trying to get back online. He's trying to get back on Twitter when he just put information on Twitter about Ashlee and the mother in that letter that he wrote. What are you talking about? You sound dumb as hell, bro. You sound crazy. You're literally finding nonsense to talk about, and it's not making no sense.
Back on social media to try to get his face out there, to be the fiance that lost, his significant other who he loves so much, but in her name, he's going to come back here and, get back to do what he does in the name of whatever it is and, get back to who he was. No, we ain't going to let that happen, bro. We ain't going to let that happen. Watch these two videos of Joe quickly. I'm a big fan.
I'm not even playing the audio of it. I'm trying to show you that he's playing these videos of Joe just talking, and none of this have anything to do with Ashlee. None of it. Have nothing to do with Ashlee, nothing to do with the case. It's totally off topic, and it's dumb. But he said he want to show you this because it makes Joe look creepy and all this other stuff. You could watch that crap on his platform. I'm not playing it because they got a bunch of music in it, and I ain't trying to get no copyrights or content ID matches and all that goofy stuff. But this stuff is irrelevant, guys. None of this have to do with the case. None of it. It's not even worth listening to because it have nothing to do with Ashlee. He's literally talking about crypto and all that other stuff. I don't know why he keep focusing on the man's money.
Gosh, y'all let me know in the comment section if you think that was hard to watch. It's just hard to watch this guy speaking. I just don't like him. I don't like him. Anyway.
See, you said you don't like him. That's the problem. You cannot do a good job when it comes to journalist work, commentary, if you already don't like him. So you're finding stuff so that other people cannot like him. You're not solving a case. You're doing a horrible job.
It is your turn to sound off below. Let me know what you think about everything. Let me know what you think about Tanzania. Let me know what you think about the passport. Please let me know what you think about TMZ. Please. And TMZ, y'all know that you have direct contact to me. You guys have contacted me before. I've been on your platform. Yo, let's talk about this. I would prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And the way how you can prove me wrong is not even contacting me. You have put 5 headlines that was very misleading, smearing to her parents, and put Joe in a positive light.
I think you're going to eat those words in due time. I believe that TMZ got some more receipts that they're going to publish, and it's going to make you look bad. Your video is not going to age well when those receipts come out. It's not going to age well because you're saying a lot of things that you're writing checks that you can't really cash. And you're making yourself seem like you're more important than you really are. You're saying that TMZ got your contact, that you were on their show and all this other stuff. You're trying to make yourself appear as if though, you're like a big shot, and really, you're nobody. You're not even worth TMZ responding to be honest. If anything, you're trying to clout chase off TMZ. They don't got time to waste with you. That's why I'm exposing you. That's why I'm critiquing everything that you do. You see what I'm saying? To show the viewers that you're not being real.
I want to see the next 5 days. I want to see positive headlines of Ashlee. You do that and I will recant. All right. Anyways, y'all let me know what you think about this in the comment section below.
Yeah, I already let you know what I think. I think that you're full of ish. I think that you've been lying for a long time, misleading the viewers, and it's not cool. It's not cool that you've been lying all this time. You know what I'm saying? You could have did better and whatnot, but it's like you chose to lie and manipulate the good people. But I don't know, man. This stuff is crazy, gang. Like for real, for real. That's why I try to do these type of videos, because I want people to see the truth. I don't want people to be manipulated by these liars that come on YouTube, gaslight viewers, gaslight all the people. You know, we know Joe is guilty, right? But he's also guilty too, because he's not fighting for Ashlee's justice. You know what I'm saying? Trent lied. He lied about a lot of things, and you know, he did all of that to backdoor Joe so that he can build up himself. He want to be the spokesman for the Ashlee Jenae case, but we caught him in too many lies, you know, too many. Drake Jr., he lied. He lied. Don't get mad if Joe is smart enough to get a lawyer. Ashlee's parents should have one too. They should have 3 lawyers and an investigator to investigate the case, so that the investigator and the attorneys and everyone can get Joe's cell phone records, Ashlee's phone records, Ashlee's mom's cell phone records. They need this information. Why nobody's doing this investigation? I'm tired of everybody talking about investigation and ain't nobody investigating a damn thing. Nobody's doing no work. And I know Ashlee's family is not doing nothing. You know why? Because they're not educated to understand how the game is played. Joe is a white man. The white man knows some things that her family probably don't know. But what's crazy is her mama is with a white man. So I'm trying to figure out, how is it that the white man that she's with don't understand how to move and shake in the business and know how to get certain things situated? Because a lot of times you think that the family is working. They're not. Joe is working right now. Joe is working. Listen, Joe is covering all tracks right now, man. That's the thing that's pissing me off, is that, you know, we want Joe to be investigated so we can find out what he did to Ashlee. But if Joe continue to get his legal counsel, got his people taking care of him, man, they're gonna be able to literally just walk. They're gonna be able to just go and just, Ashlee ain't gonna get her justice, because the family's not doing nothing. And I really don't believe that the family care about Ashlee, guys. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that the family care. They're just dragging it on to see if they could get money, possibly see if Joe give them a settlement or just something. That's how they do it, man. Family can be something else, man. When it comes to money, man, family will do anything for that cash, bro. Anything. You know? Absolutely crazy. And if you're wondering why this is reversed, because I'm on an iPhone. The reason why this is in its proper orientation, because I flipped it so that you guys are able to see it. You know? I flipped it around so you guys are able to see it. If I flip it the other way, that's how it would be, like everything else. But being that I want you guys to be able to read it on your end, I flip it the right way, right? I probably got to get me an Android because I believe with those phones, it shows you the proper way, you know? iPhone, the Apple need to do something with their phones, man. They need to really do something so that we could use the back of the phone, but like, like how they have the camera behind the good one, that you could flip that camera and flip that one around so that it's pointing at you and we could see the monitor on the screen. That way we're able to use the correct camera and do it the right way, So appreciate everybody stopping by. I know a lot of y'all different time zones, probably have to get up, go to work and take care of business. Shout out to everybody that supports the shows, everybody that rock with the platform. If you're driving, drive safe. Shout out to all my truckers out there. Salute to the mods in the chat that came through, V-Dub, Forever Studios, Caramel, Kimmy Kim. Shout out to everybody that showed up, everybody that rocked with the platform. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody stopping by. These shows are very, very helpful. They add a lot of good value to the case. And, it's good for social media because what it does, it opens up the conversation. And, one thing I don't like about these content creators, especially the ones that I criticize, those that I break down their videos and show the discrepancies and the errors and the lies and the manipulation, is that with these creators, they don't respond to Ringo TV. They're afraid of Ringo TV. Like, seriously, they really are. What they're afraid of, guys, is they don't want their viewers to know about Ringo TV, because if their viewers know, their viewers won't be watching them. They'll just be watching Ringo TV. That's why they don't respond. Because they don't want their viewers to know about the work that we're doing over here. Because once their viewers come over here and experience the work, the commentary, they're gonna like what I do, and they ain't gonna want to go nowhere else. Some of you probably was following Trent, you probably was following Fumi, and you stopped following them, and you just came on over here because you realized that I'm communicating and paying, I guess, special care to the case that is different from everyone. And you could see the passion, you could see the dedication, you could see that I am very outspoken and I am not afraid of anyone. I'm just moving forward with the case and standing on business, even under attack. Like, I literally was struck with 3 copyrights from Fumi De La Void, that African woman on YouTube that a lot of y'all probably watch. I keep telling you, these people are not good people. She tried literally to end my YouTube channel with false complaints. Like, literally, my channel is under attack right now because of the work that I'm doing. Because I'm standing for Ashlee, I'm being attacked. They're trying to silence me. They want me dead. Like, literally, they want to unalive Ringo TV because of my outspoken words and commentary. Fumi don't like that I expose that she's not a good person. I expose her, and I expose that psychic medium. You understand? The other woman, Sloan, I believe the name is. Stop listening to these people. Like, seriously, guys. Stop listening to liars and manipulators. They don't care about Ashlee. They care about money. That's why they tried to take me down. Because they don't like that I'm messing up the money. Right now, Fumi is wondering why she's not getting the views that she was getting before. It's because Ringo TV is making real content that's reaching the people. Just because she got 800,000 subscribers or 900, I don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? Think about this. 800,000 subscribers, she's not getting 800,000 views. So obviously all those subscribers are not watching her videos. She's dependent on the ones that are watching the Ashlee Jenae case to view the videos. But why would you support somebody that's false flagging another YouTuber? Why would she do that? Why would she false flag me over my opinions? I thought she's fighting for justice. So why would she be trying to silence me? She's trying to silence me because I criticize her. for some reason, she believes she's above criticism. She believed that because she's an African woman and she talk about my Fumi nation, you know, Ashlee, beautiful Ashlee. She believed that by her doing that, that she's above criticism. Nobody's above criticism. Anybody can talk about anybody. So to all you viewers that think that it's good that she's trying to attack me because I'm critiquing her, you need to get evaluated and find out if you have some sort of mental illness, because all of those YouTubers are talking about Joe. It's okay for them to criticize Joe. It's okay for them to talk about him, lie about him, manipulate him, slander, defamation of character. They're doing all of that to him, right? But the minute Ringo TV critique these YouTubers, all of a sudden I'm enemy number one. And the way they resolve it is not by making a video to react to the things that I say. Instead, they try to report your channel to kill you. So they're trying to do to me the same thing they did to Ashlee. Trying to get rid of my platform, you're trying to kill me. That's what you're trying to do. You made it very personal. It's not about Ashlee no more with these people. They're trying to kill me, guys. Don't support YouTubers that do that type of stuff. And Fumi is feeling it right now. And she's going to feel it a heck of a lot more, because once all the people realize what she did to me, and I gave her opportunity to make it right. When she filed those 3 copyrights, guys, I went to her via email. I contacted her on the email. It's like, look, retract those statements, retract those copyrights, do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's be professional. You know what I mean? You don't have to resort to that type of abuse, because I never did anything wrong. You're abusing YouTube's system. That can backfire on you. Very, very bad. She ended up losing everything on her end. In other words, what she wanted from me ended up happening to her. She never retracted the statement, the copyrights. So I need for the community to know that, so that you're not out here supporting people that are abusing other YouTubers. She's trying to stop my voice. So if you viewers like my voice, you like my commentary, you like my videos, it's educational, entertaining, it brings a lot of value and knowledge to the YouTube community regarding the Ashlee Jenae case, I need for you guys to know that is what Fumi De La Void is doing to me right now. Go to my community section. After you finish on this video, the tab that says posts, look under the tab that says posts, click on that. That first post, you'll see what videos she copyright. She filed false DMCA copyright claims on 3 of my videos. And YouTube deleted the videos. And in all of those videos, we're talking about 3-hour videos, guys. A lot of commentary, a lot of work in regards to the case. Fumi got all those videos deleted because of jealousy, hate, and the fact that I was criticizing her because I never violated a copyright. I never did. I've been on YouTube since 2006. I know all the rules. I follow all the rules. I follow all the guidelines. I don't do none of that garbage, guys. My videos are all protected under fair use. Just like I'm reacting to that guy's video. It's all protected under fair use. He's an influencer. He's into media. He's supposed to know that. So Fumi knows that, but she don't care. She resorted to trying to silence my voice, guys. And I don't respect that. So that being said, guys, once again, without the viewers, I don't have a platform. So I am very, very humble and appreciative of you guys showing up to the shows. It keeps me motivated because I know that there's an audience out there that is interested into these topics. And we're going to keep it going, guys. We're going to keep moving forward. We're going to keep fighting for justice. We're going to keep analyzing videos, breaking down the lies, the discrepancies, and hopefully that you guys find value in the work that we do over here, that you will stick around. You know, so if you're new, consider subscribing. Hit the thumbs up button. That helps with the algorithm. Hit the notification bell for all. And also hype the videos, guys. Hyping the videos definitely help because it tells YouTube that this video is really, really helpful. And you know, when YouTube has surveys and they ask you stuff like, hey, what do you think about this video? give me a good rating, guys. That helps out. It tells YouTube like, yo, this platform is really making moves, you know? So that being said, guys, again, happy belated Mother's Day to all the good mothers out there taking care of their kids. And I'll catch you guys later on with more content. I'm gonna try now, guys, even though I'm gonna continue on with the case, I'm gonna try to kind of get back to other content and different things that I normally do. So hopefully you like that content as well. But I will definitely continue on with this particular case as well as various other content, because I've been on this case and steadily only with this for a long while. So I want to get back to branching out into other content, other news stories that are being going on. There's a lot of stories out here right now, guys, and I got to get to them as well. And if you got any cases, any stories that are out there, guys, that you want me to cover, anything that happened, hit me up on Instagram at Ringo TV Raw on Instagram, and send me a DM with the story, news report, whatever the case is, anything that you feel needs attention or an investigation or whatever the case is. Send me those stories, and I'll look at it. And if it seems like it's good, something that will interest the people, I'll definitely talk about those topics. So that being said, guys, I'm gonna get on out of here. I'm gonna get me something to eat, and it is what it is. I got some steak right there on the stove. We put something on the grill earlier yesterday, so I can't wait to tear that up right now. I'm gonna throw that on, put that in the oven, and put on a Western movie, something with Clint Eastwood and somebody, and do what I gotta do. So that being said, I'm gonna get on out of here. Peace and blessings. I'm out. Peace.